2016. And Supervisor Foy, would you please lead us in the flag?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And could we please have the roll call?
Supervisor Foy. Supervisor Long. Here. Supervisor Bennett.
Here.
Supervisor Zaragoza.
Here.
Supervisor Parks.
Right here.
Thank you.
The item on next is the minutes, which I know is slightly revised from the first ones we have. So we have a motion of the minutes as revised. We do have a motion and a second. And if we could all please vote.
Can I just ask a question? The minutes that were revised, where's the revision in the minutes?
It's in the revision packet that was released on Thursday.
Okay.
Thursday.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now we will go to our agenda review with our CEO, Mr. Powers.
Thank you, Chair Parks. Item 25, CEO's Office, receive and file a presentation from the Economic Development Collaborative, Ventura County. PowerPoint's been submitted. Item 27, Public Works, approval of an amendment to the National Pollution Discharge Elimination System Implementation Agreement. PowerPoint's been submitted. Item 28, Sheriff's Office, approval of a 5-year contract for body-worn cameras and related items. A revised Exhibit 3 and a PowerPoint have been submitted. Item 31, Human Services, receive and file a report regarding the progress of local continuum of care reforms. PowerPoint's been submitted. Item 32, CEO's Office, receive and file fiscal year 2016-17 department budget presentations for Public Works Agency and District Attorney. PowerPoint presentations have been submitted. There's an addendum agenda. Consent item 35, Area Agency on Aging, approval of the transfer of title and lease agreement for a refrigerated food truck. And finally, there's closed session item 36, conference with legal counsel. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any changes that the board wants to make? Otherwise, a motion for the agenda as revised. Do you have a motion and a second? Great. And that passes. Our next item is a moment of inspiration with Jack Nosco. So glad that you're here this morning. Jack was a fire captain with the Ventura County Fire Department, and he's been with the department for 33 years. He runs a nonprofit charity foundation, the Michael P. Nosco Foundation, named after his younger brother who was killed in a traffic accident back November 3rd, 2004 on Las Posas Road in Camarillo. Jack is a passionate cyclist, and his foundation hosts the Mike Nosco Memorial Bicycle Ride, an 80-mile ride that raises funds to help provide financial relief to families and or individuals in the community. Jack lives in Newberry Park with his wife, Terry, 3 children, Kelly 13, Russ 20, and Rachel 23, and 3 dogs and a horse. This is, as you know, May, and May is National Bike Month, so it just seemed like a great way to start. And I believe you have a short video, too. If we can get that up, we can watch that first.
My brother Mike was an employee with Amgen for 10 years. He was living with my sister and helping raise her 2 kids. He was in the Navy getting ready for his 3rd deployment in Iraq. And on November 3rd, 2004, he had left work and was driving home when he was involved in a tragic vehicle accident which took his life. I'm Jack Nosco. I'm Mike's older brother. One day I decided to hop on my bike and ride down to the crash site in Camarillo and visit my brother, and then I just headed down the coast, and I wanted the day to be really, really tough. I had done the route that is the Mike Nosco Memorial Bike Ride, and at the end of the day it was really hard reflecting on my brother, and it occurred to me that my brother would be disappointed in me to waste any time wallowing in the misery of his death. And so at that moment I go, I got to turn this ride into something good and positive, and that's what the Mike Nosco Ride is. We have cyclists come from all over the world, from having the pro to the beginner borrowing a bike and everybody in between. The essence of the ride is having such a large group come together for the common cause, and the recipient is somebody that's experiencing a life-threatening illness. It's life-changing. I set about creating the Mike Nosko Memorial Ride as a uplifting, non-profit charity event to help others, just like my brother lived his life, always helping others. Join us for an extraordinary experience like none other on the bike.
All right.
Good morning. Thank you for the introduction. Thanks for the opportunity to be here. It's an honor and a privilege. I was asked to hopefully inspire or have a moment of inspiration, and hopefully that did it. And now after watching it, you guys all want to go out and get a bike and come do the ride next year, or actually this year. And I provided you all with a water bottle, so that's the beginning. If you need a bike, just let me know, and I'll try to get you a bike as well. And I think your husband did our ride a couple of years ago, and so he got to participate and get a bike and join us. So anyway, through the introduction in the video, it pretty much talks about all the things that I wanted to talk about. But just real quickly, I wasn't born in Ventura County, but I've lived here for more than 50 years. And I've ridden my bike in the county for more than 50 years, which is a long time. I think I ride my bike on average between 7,000 and 10,000 miles a year, which is a lot.
It is.
So I think I can speak on cycling. I think Ventura County is an iconic world destination for cyclists. Pro teams, as you know, come from all over the world, as do just the tourists to ride their bikes out here. And so I think I'm pretty privileged to live here and be able to participate in that as well. And as you know, next week starts the Amgen Tour of California, which I think they're going on 12 years now, 11 or 12 years, and have come through the county at various times throughout that period. And then that draws more of the world view on cycling here in Ventura County. So we live in a great place. I think the greatest place on earth, and a lot of it is due to our government and you guys rolling up your sleeves and making tough decisions and trying to provide us with the best quality of life, and one that I think is second to none. So thank you for that, and that's all I have. And if you go to MikeNosko.com, you can sign up for this year's ride.
Thank you. And that is an incredibly inspirational video, and you are an inspiration too. And just it goes to show it's not only good for your physical health, it's also good for your head, and then also the environment and our community. So just thank you so much for coming, and I wish you great success in your next ride too.
Great. Thank you.
Then we'll go now to our next agenda items. This is consent agenda items 11 through 21 and 35. Thank you. That's the one on the Area Agency on Aging. And that's, by the way, is a really good fix for that, isn't it, with the refrigerated trucks still being able to be used and transferred. Okay, and that item also passes unanimously. Now we'll go to our public comments. So far I have one public comment card from Diego Herrera.
Ventura County Board of Supervisors, my name is Diego, and I'm here to make you aware of the practices at Ventura County Medical Center that have endangered patient safety. More specifically, management at VCMC is corrupt, and they hide this behavior through intimidation. As a result, departments are in disarray and blame is placed on the wrong people. This has resulted in a culture of retaliation and vengeful acts. Though this is not an excuse, I myself have acted disrespectfully towards this board, and for that I am sorry and take full responsibility for my actions. This has resulted in compromise and resolutions are never on the table, and it is because of this that patients have become collateral damage. There is not a better documented case of corruption and intimidation than the closure of the pediatric intensive care unit in February 2015. These documents were obtained from VCMC through the California Public Records Act, which includes the PICU census, PICU competencies, and RT scheduling. I have also obtained emails and a journal documenting the events which led to the department's closure. Melinda Hoffmeister, manager of respiratory therapy, would consistently place inadequately trained RTs in the PICU because she felt she knew better despite recommendations from other experts. After Cindy Cole's departure, she would do this frequently. Having no control over this department manager, PICU Medical Director Dr. John Markham contacted VCMC Medical Director Dr. Brian Wong and Hospital Administrator Barry Fisher to resolve the issue. They did nothing. After this did not work, he approached County Executive Officer Michael Powers to bring concerns but could not do anything because Barry Fisher told him a different story. This despite multiple people coming forward telling him the same thing. Dr. Markham still tried to ensure the safety of his PICU patients, having RTs post their schedule in advance, but they could not comply because of threats by Ms. Hoffmeister. As a result, Dr. Markham refused to admit critically ill children with respiratory disease if a PICU-trained RT was not in that department. The PICU did not close because of patient transfers, which is supported by the consistency in census numbers and not being able to fill vacancies for PICU nurses. The department closed because it was no longer safe to admit patients because of inadequately trained RTs. The hospital most likely made claims of not having enough nurses in the PICU as leverage to negotiate higher. Let me repeat that. The hospital most likely made claims of not having enough nurses in the PICU as leverage to negotiate higher wages with you, the Board of Supervisors. In the VC Star, VCMC has said that the PICU is reopening later this year, but if you look at the county hiring website, the PICU RN position is not posted. Deception, intimidation, and incompetence are all characteristics of corruption, which is why when the California Children's Review Team arrived, they were not accredited. I know personally the psychological consequences of intimidation and the collateral damage it causes to patients, which is how I became involved and have come to know Dr. Markham. Like him and other people before us, we came from a hospital where the standard of care was higher, so we knew what was the better way of doing things and what wasn't. As a phlebotomist with a science background, it was harder to keep my curiosity about medicine and enthusiasm to myself. I was repeatedly threatened by my lab manager and humiliated for showing concern about inappropriate practices. Other employees, including nurses, residents, and physicians, treated me very poorly, and for a while I despised them for it. But I should have placed the blame on management because it was them whom allowed this culture to persist, which made them believe this behavior was fitting. Being poorly managed, these dutiful professionals are being held back as they have been rated the overall worst performing hospital in California over the past 2 years by Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services Hospital Acquired Condition Reduction Program. This is why I recommend that at-will hospital administrator Barry Fisher be terminated and replaced. You will be doing this county a great service for taking on this matter, as the Ventura County Healthcare Agency encompasses over half of the Ventura County's annual budget. Also, you will be the voice of this county's safety net population, who is primarily served at VCMC and is not informed of the issues which threaten their safety.
Could you please wrap up?
Okay, most of all, they are not aware of the reasons as to why they are collateral damage. You, as a board, can take action to rectify this situation and be the patient advocates you have been elected to be in your role as board supervisor.
Thank you. And if you have a material that you'd like to hand in, that would be helpful too. We will follow up. And that concludes our public comments. We can now go to board comments. Supervisor Zaragoza, would you like to go first?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple of items I'd like to report. First of all, we my staff and I attended the Ventura County Management Council barbecue in Camarillo, and it was excellent. They want to thank the firefighters and thank our Management Council for an excellent barbecue there the other day. And also, I attended the event for the El Concilio 27th Annual Latino Award. And Dr. Rush was named one of the high recipients there and Mr. Power was there and some other individuals. We had, 300-400 people there, Michael, right? Very well attended event. And then I hope that all the mothers in Ventura County and throughout the nation had a nice Mother's Day. And that's all I have to report. And I'd like to adjourn in memory of those folks on this list.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Supervisor Bennett?
Thank you. I'd like to adjourn in memory of the people on this list. Appreciated the Read to Kids effort that was around the county. I see the sheriff out there, and he had a great picture of him. Had an opportunity to do that at E.P. Foster Library. I think we were reading the same book. Was that about B, shut off the TV, right? Because we were both doing the muscles, right? But it's a great program. And also, I attended the Ventura Visitors and Convention Bureau open house, and it fits along with the moment of inspiration we had here today. The Ventura Visitors and Convention Bureau is playing a leading role in our efforts to try to market Ventura County and Santa Barbara counties as international and national bike tourism destinations. And certainly the Mike Nosco ride is a classic example of something unique that we have here that really does let us sell Ventura County as a national and international bike destination place. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Supervisor Long?
Yes, thank you. I, too, would like to start my comments by talking about the Take 5 reading, celebrity reading that took place across our county. We have Monica White from The Star here, Claudia Harrison from First Five, and Petra from First Five, and we're going to cue that video that you saw.
Hi. Do you guys like stories? Yeah. Good. Me too. So this story is about Lee the Bee. Today's a great program sponsored by First Five. You have an opportunity to get out in the community and read to these kids. Reading is just such a vital resource, and it's been proven that if you read to kids, it generates their interest in books and reading and their education, which I truly believe is a cornerstone for success. Something we've been doing for 20 years, going out to schools. It's great that this whole group is sponsored and there's people reading all over the county today.
Not in a house, not in a box, not with a mouse, not with a fox. I will not eat them here or there. I will not eat them anywhere. Eyes and ears and mouth and nose, head and shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes.
When my little sister saw us playing football, she said, "Me too." Then we had to be too careful. They couldn't play rough.
And see this light bulb? That's right, very good. So they had an idea about how to make him not so sad. Yeah. So he was sent to bed without eating anything. I think he was joking to his mom.
Okay, guys, so can I read you a book? Okay, so where do penguins live?
In the Arctic!
Just had to know what all the penguins were looking at. So look, there's all the big penguins.
Puppies, ¿verdad? Todos los otros cachorritos comían primero. ¿Ves todos los juguetes nuevos que le compraron? Para que jugara mucho más.
Thank you for putting that up. Claudia and Monica.
I gave Jeff the little chair there.
Yeah, I know. Claudia and Monica, come on up just so we can recognize you for for leading this and putting this together. I had the pleasure of being at the Blanchard, Santa Paula Blanchard Community Library, and it was delightful. This really was and is a successful event, encouraging parents and caregivers to talk, read, and sing to our children 0 to 5, supporting early language literacy development. 40 local celebrities, right? 40? Read to children throughout our county, and the goal to help close the achievement gap by reading, talking, and singing. And as you saw, some of the celebrity readers there, they were excited to do so, and I think it was not one of your most difficult events that you've helped put together, Monica. You have willing readers, right?
Yes.
Please. I brought this in just so it doesn't get stale today, so under my comments. So please, just a few words.
Well, we were talking about it this morning, and I have to tell, every time I look at the video, tears come into my eyes again, because we started this conversation about 6 months ago or so. Shauna Cannon, who couldn't be here today, the publisher of The Star, she had done a similar event up north in Shasta County, and The Star contacted us and said, hey, what do you think? And I have to say, it's just exceeded our wildest expectations in terms of the participation, the joy. Just even watching all your faces while the video was being shown was pretty amazing. John Moore wrote a beautiful opinion piece in the Sunday paper about the joy that everybody felt. And one of the things that occurred to me was the joy that we all feel. And that simple act that really is making a change in the life of a child brings so much joy and good feeling to us as well. And just imagine if it felt like that every day throughout the county. So we're not stopping. We will continue to look for more opportunities. We can't thank all of you enough up here in the audience for being a part of this, because it's not something we can make happen alone. And we know from the research you heard Supervisor Long cite it, is that it really makes a difference. It really makes a difference in a child's life and in their later success when they enter school and in life in general. So I can't thank you all enough for taking the opportunity this morning to recognize it. And I don't know if you want to add anything.
Sure. No, the Ventura County Star was proud to be a sponsor, or I don't even know what you would call a partner in this event. We, when we did start with Claudia and Petra, we were like, it's so far from now, it's never going to happen. But Cinco de Mayo came up very quickly. And the other thing that I just wanted to say was that after the event, everyone was so excited to share how their reading had gone. My phone was blowing up, and I think Commander Tim Hagel said it the best. He says, I really think you guys have started something. And it's like, yes, that's exactly what we were trying to do. So if we can start something and we can get more people to read, sing, talk to kids, then it will make a difference. So thank you very much.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
If I could, and Supervisor Long, you know, as I was watching the video, I think you really have started something, but I think it's actually much more than just reading to kids, which is by itself really valuable. I mean, you know, the whole issue of reading. But, you know, I really recognize that it is, in Ventura County, you know, there's all kinds of things that are happening that are pretty exceptional here in Ventura County, but one of them is there's still a link between the most powerful, the wealthiest, and those are mostly library scenes, and the children that are taking advantage of those libraries are some of our most disadvantaged. And we have this kind of program reconnects us as a full community in ways that I don't think happen anywhere near as much every place else because of that. So I think there's an extra, you know, dimension here that I just wanted to point out that I think is really valuable. Thank you very much.
There's more to come, trust us.
Great.
Right.
Madam Chair, Claudia, I'd like to thank you so much for the excellent work that you've done. In fact, one of the things that we're working on, Claudia, I just talked to Claudia this morning and to Supervisor Long. Over in El Rio, we need a lot of help for the children, and I'm just putting Claudia together with a church there in Alvarado, and they're just excited to start a First Five program there for the children. So thank you so much for the excellent work, and the sheriff, boy, superstar. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for the good work.
Keep that.
Unlike those muscles.
You keep that image of him in that little chair like this.
I think you just like flexing. It wasn't even in the story.
Thank you so much.
It was great fun.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming in. I had the pleasure of reading Green Eggs and Ham. It's been a long time since I read that, and then all the keeping up with the flow of it to keep it fun for the children was a challenge. Thank you again for coming in to celebrate that. Two other things I want to comment on. I had the pleasure and opportunity to attend the Ventura County Pathfinder Awards luncheon, and this is put on by the Office of Education in conjunction with the community college, and they recognize education leaders throughout our county and then employers and business partners throughout the county who help with building job opportunities, job training, and all of the things that we know are important to keep our economy moving forward and healthy. So congratulations to VC Innovates. It was a nice, wonderful event to attend and recognize. Interesting recognizing some of the teachers. One particular teacher talked, she'd been a teacher for 37 years, and this was the first recognition she had received, and she was just so honored to have that. And then I had the pleasure also of attending the CASA of Ventura County, their event where they recognize wonderful people in our community. And you know, CASA is the court-appointed special advocates of Ventura County, who are also are so amazing in what they do in helping children who are interacting with the courts and difficulties in their families. And one of our very own was recognized, and again, I was very pleased to be there to celebrate with Judy Weber. And they talked about Judy's commitment to the multiple programs that she has worked on in our county that covered her career, but her passion for child welfare and the achievements that she's had over her tenure working for the county, and particularly with the court-appointed special advocates. It was a lovely evening. I was happy to be there and celebrate it with her. And lastly, I'll submit this list to adjourn in memory of some folks that passed in the 3rd District. And thank you very much.
Thank you. And Supervisor Foy?
Yeah, no, I don't have it adjourned, which is great today. But I wanted to ask Supervisor Long, how was Mother's Day after what you said publicly about your son? Did he do a good job?
Oh, yes, he did. He shared the entire day with me.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, yes, he did. Thank you.
That's good. I'm glad to hear that. That's all I have for the comments. Thanks.
All right. I will also ask that we close and honor the people on this list, including Lee Anderson, hallmark in the Yerba Buena community, co-author of the Bob Cat's Tale, a newsletter that went out over there, and Carol Williams, also a City of Thousand Oaks employee who has passed, so I know they will be very much missed. I also point out that this is also in addition to Bike to Work Week, which is starting up. We also have May is Mental Health Month, and was able to do some introduction at the conference that they had that's focused on a lot of anxiety type of issues. But just it's great they have conferences once a year, and I love the diversity in the audience too, and a lot of professionals, obviously. And yes, also enjoyed the Pathfinder Awards event, and I think it was the 2nd year they've done that. And then we do recognize students often, but not often do we recognize the teachers, as that one example shows. And what a great idea about the whole meshing of the workforce and giving the students the tools and partnerships with the community. With that, we'll go ahead and go on to our regular agenda item. We've done the consent items yet? After we, of course, do our CEO's report.
Like it's a tradition. I like that.
It is.
Yes, thank you. I know. It's all good. Want to just congratulate our VCMC Trauma team, who will be receiving the American Red Cross Heroes Award May 16th, Monday night. So the VCMC Trauma team. So congratulations to Barry and Kim, Drs. Javier Romero and Dr. Tommy Duncan. Well-deserved recognition for the life-saving care they provide 24/7 in our county. Also, our child support services received the Child Support Directors Association 2016 Positive Collaboration Award, there's a mouthful, for work done in the call center. And it really is, I think, the top-performing call center anywhere in the state. And that's why it now, with the addition of San Bernardino, handles as many calls as Los Angeles County does, just to put it in perspective. Corporate games, yes. County squeaked it out again. Thank you to Christy. Yay! Talk about flexing is right. That probation team. Whew, what a battle. Thank you to Christy Madden, Jesse Praters, Cynthia Rose Lopez. She's got 7 medals. Julie Stewart has 52 medals. And the list goes on and on. But there's 6 weeks of competition, and it all comes down to that Saturday. And it came down to Amgen 1 versus County 1. And it was a battle, but the probation team came through. So congratulations to all the county participants, because it truly was, a great team effort. Let's see, Greenbelt graduation. We had Wave 22, 14 new Greenbelts from the following departments, and these departments are very consistent, and we appreciate them sending candidates. Healthcare Agency, Public Works, GSA, RMA, Sheriff, Probation, and the Board of Supervisors. In terms of, yes, you mentioned the Management Council Barbecue. Supervisor Z, thank you so much for being there, and Supervisor Long, always appreciate you being there. It was a great turnout.
And by the way, he gave us a big plug.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
He says it's the best Board of Supervisors he's ever had.
Yes.
That's what he said.
That's right. That's true. That makes it easy. Deferred comp town hall meetings will be taking place. That's where we're going to be talking about all the investments that are offered to the plans and which ones are reviewed and so forth. And so I encourage all employees to take advantage of those. It is National Nurses Week, May 6th through 12th. And just lastly, we are watching this week with bated breath for the governor's May revise. So we'll keep you posted. Thank you.
Thank you. And the new item that we have added is the CEO comments, and I am a creature of habit. It's so hard to remember, but it is exceptional. I'm glad we have it because you realize, in addition to being the CEO of the county and helping to manage this incredible 9,000 employee organization, the fact that you are out there in the community doing so much too, like the Board of Supervisors, it really helps put a face on the county, which is a government agency that so many people don't understand to begin with. So it's great to have you, and we'll make sure, and I can use a highlighter or something so I keep, but thank you for the rest of the board for reminding me too. Now then, we'll go to our first regular agenda item. This is agenda item 33, and this is regarding the tobacco tax settlement program. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Parks, members of the board, and Mr. Powers. My name is Sally Harrison. I work in the CEO's office, and I'm here to present to you the Tobacco Settlement Program, also known as TSP, the annual evaluations report, the current revenues, and allocation recommendations. As you know, TSP funds health care programs through public health, Ventura County Medical Center, behavioral health, and community-based organizations. Program areas administered by public health include chronic and infectious disease, tobacco education and prevention, oral health, senior elder care services, and children's medical services. Funding for VCMC enables longer operating hours for the VC healthcare clinics throughout the county. Adult residential housing is provided through behavioral health, and the community-based organizations include Livingston Memorial Visiting Nurse Association, Ventura County Long-Term Care Ombudsman, and the Westminster Free Clinic. All of these programs are meeting and exceeding their goals, and they're doing great work, thereby benefiting the residents of Ventura County. On another note, recently Gold Coast Healthcare repaid a $7.2 million loan that was funded by TSP revenue in 2013, plus $104,000 plus money in interest. This revenue will be returned to the general fund restricted for health care. Today, we are requesting your approval to allocate $7,666,000 to the TSP program for fiscal year 16-17. And in addition, we are requesting your approval to transfer $5 million to BCMC. This funding will be used for operational expenditures for the hospital replacement wing project, and these expenditures include transitional costs and other non-capital equipment needs, training costs for the use of the new equipment, and ensuring policy and procedure are in line with the logistics and demographic of the new hospital wing. And with that, I'd be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. I definitely support it. And just to have a question, maybe if you can't get it to me now, you get it to me later. But in the recommendation itself, it has, it shows increases in 3 different funds. And those 3 increases are each $5 million each. And I know we're only dealing with $5 million, so I don't know why 3 different funds get increased.
What funds are you talking about? What are you referring to?
In recommendation number 3, it has Fund G001, and it receives 1 increase and 1 decrease. So I figured that one is neutral. And then in Fund E500, it has 2 increases of $5 million.
Okay, what this is just accounting jargon. Mm-hmm. It's just moving, it's the same money, and it's just moving from one pot to another.
Okay.
It's just Jeff's, it's Jeff's language.
Yes.
That is a very good technical term, yes.
There we go.
Okay.
And that's, it is.
Okay.
It's- We're moving the money between the funds. This is just accounting to get it right, so we get
Okay, to get the funds into the right pot.
That's all it is, yeah.
It's that same $5 million going a few places, is it? Okay. And with that, then, can we please have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd just like to comment on the program evaluation piece. I thought that was an excellent piece to have. It really spells out to the public how we're spending those funds.
Yeah, it is. It's great.
Yeah, they do great work. They really do, and they're very conscientious. I believe that public health is going to be changing and shifting a little bit next year to different areas, so we'll report back on that next year.
And Madam Chair, and Michael, and Sally, the funds for tobacco are going down, right?
Yes.
What do we have left in there?
Well, you know, I think that they're going down tremendously.
They are reducing about 1% per year over the last 10 years.
And that's very significant, too.
Well, yeah, it's good because the tobacco sales are down, but it's causing us to change the way we're spending our money a little bit.
Exactly.
You know, also, as I recall, too, we have an assumption on how much interest we anticipated, and that was far below what we received. I think it was we expected $300,000 in interest, but we actually only got, I think it was like $25,000.
35 or 25, yeah.
So we are taking that from another source, but I'm just hoping in the next cycle that we don't overestimate so much the interest, because obviously interest hasn't been doing so well for anybody.
Yes, we will.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and that passes unanimously. We can do the correspondence agenda. That's item 34. Please vote. So now we have about 15 minutes, correct? And I know we also have a closed session item, so maybe we can mesh those two together and go to a closed session and be back for our 9:30 time certain. Time certain, and this is a proclamation for National Drug Court Month. And I believe we have Judge McGee here, and also Judge Beck. Yes, if you'd like to come up, Judge Cody. Not Judge Cody, but not Mike Planet. Don't see him. Come on up, everyone
Sandy
here for this
Carrillo
one.
from Bill Barrios from the courts, Mr. Codman from the district attorney or from the public defender's office. Sorry.
Thank you. You know, we have a resolution, and I think probably one of the most significant points that I don't think people understand is that drug courts annually refer more people to treatment than any other system in America. I mean, that really says a lot. So this is a proclamation, obviously, National Drug Court Month, May 2016. It reads, whereas the mission of drug courts is to break the cycle of drug and alcohol addiction and its concomitant crime, and whereas there are now over 2,900 drug courts nationwide located in every state and territory in the United States, as well as 23 countries with programs that combine intensive judicial supervision, substance abuse treatment, and drug testing with escalating sanctions and incentives. And I bet some of you were here before we had drug courts and how important they have become. As I mentioned, they do treat more people than any other system in America, and they are known to save money, cut crime, and serve veterans in need of substance abuse and mental health treatment. And whereas judges, prosecutors, defense attorneys, social workers, treatment and rehab professionals, law enforcement, corrections personnel, researchers, educators, national and community leaders, and many others support the work of drug courts. And whereas community-based treatment providers such as Prototypes Women's Center, Interface, Aspirinet, Children and Family Services, United Parents, and the Coalition for Family Harmony have provided services to more than 1,000 juveniles and mothers referred by the drug court programs in Ventura County. And whereas referrals have been made to such providers as Moss Beach Homes, In-Home Parenting Skills and Therapy, City Impact Counseling Services, Boys and Girls Clubs, Police Activities Leagues, CalWorks Job and Career Centers, Public Health, A New Start for Moms, Ventura County Medical Center, Rain Transitional Living Center, Planned Parenthood, the Salvation Army, recreational sports leagues, and free legal clinics. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Ventura County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim May 2016 as National Drug Court Month in Ventura County and recognizes the practitioners and participants who make drug courts successful, as well as honors the significant contributions that drug courts have made and continue to make in helping individuals change their lives. And it is very significant, and not realizing when I first came on the job how much of the time our law enforcement spends on going to calls that are specific to drugs or alcohol. And you just realize how endemic it is, and what a great system if we can put these people into treatment and never back into court again, right? So thank you for being here. If you'd like to please come and speak to this, and I will come on down and present the proclamation.
Well, thank you, Supervisor Parks and members of the board and Mr. Powers for recognizing Drug Court Month. And we would like to invite each of you to come a week from Thursday, March 19, to Courtroom 22 at 3 o'clock for the celebration and graduation, particularly for the dependency drug court operation. There's several different drug court operations that work in our county, and dependency in particular is a very important one that's going forward, and we certainly invite you to come and participate in that if it works into your schedule. And we thank you so much for the recognition that you're giving today to those who work in this field, also to those who struggle with this issue. And if we can make progress in this area, it has ripple effects across the system. So we thank you for your support very much.
He says it best, but I tell the kids sometimes in court that if we didn't have drug and alcohol issues in court, probably the judges could go home at 10 o'clock every day. That's how much crime and other things are driven by the presence of alcohol and drugs. When you're in the court long enough, you kind of wish that maybe prohibition hadn't been undone. But it's a frightening amount of the issues that are just pervasive through our society, dealing with drugs and alcohol. As you may know, I did this juvenile stint about 10, 15 years ago, and I used to say that probably 80% of the kids that I saw had a significant drug or alcohol problem. Now I'm back in the juvenile court. 95% of the kids have a significant drug or alcohol problem. So it's really wonderful that you recognize the good works and acknowledge the struggles. And like I always like to say, when I have the opportunity to appear before you, we are in Ventura County very lucky because we always get to appear before the best-looking Board of Supervisors in the state.
Hey, Judge, I'm voting for you, Judge.
We scored I'll talk to you later.
Yeah. Oh, wait, Mike Powers is there. I forgot.
Let's take a photo with the good-looking board behind us. So I'll stand here.
And you hear we have Sandy Carrillo from probation.
All right.
Jill Barrios from our courts, and Rod Codman from the.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate the work you do. Are we all here?
Here we are.
All right, thank you so much.
Don't go. We got the official court. Yeah. Not that we don't like him. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you again.
Thank you. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for all you do.
Would you like to take
Very
a seat?
successful court.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Go before our next time certain, so let's go see if we can finish our closed session item.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I have a resolution recognizing the California Conservation Corps for 40th anniversary. And we have Larry, and we have Christy, and Juan Mercado, and other members of the Corps. And let me read this, and then come up right to the podium here. This is recognizing the California State Conservation Corps that was established on July 7th, 1976. And a year later, they became the CC Center that was opened in Camarillo. And whereas since that time, the CC, through sites such as Camarillo Center and throughout the state, has made substantial impact on the natural resources and youth of California. Whereas in Ventura County, the CC crews have worked for the County Public Works Agency, the Parks Department, the Fire Department, the Watershed Protection District here in Ventura County, and where the CC has also worked for cities of Camarillo, Ventura, the Pleasant Valley Parks Department, the Ventura Botanical Gardens, the Cal Fire, and devoted weekend hours to trail maintenance along the Ventura River and beaches and cleanups. And whereas the Camarillo crew have fought fires in the county and beyond, the corpsmen have also responded to floods, earthquakes, pest infestation, and more were needed. And for nearly 4 decades, more than 3,000 Corps members have devoted thousands of hours to natural resources and worked on emergency responses in Ventura County. Now, therefore, be resolved, the County of Ventura Board of Supervisors takes great pleasure in recognizing the Corps members and the staff of California Conservation Corps as the program marks its 40th anniversary. And I think we have Larry like to share a couple of words, and I'll go down to give you the resolution.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Supervisors. My name is Larry Notice. I'm the Deputy Director in charge of Region 2. I'm lucky to have Camarillo, the Ventura County area in my region. I work with Chris Rockty, who's the District Director, and we thank you and all your staff for the commitment. Without all of you, we couldn't live our mission of hard work and low pay, miserable conditions, and more, which is the greatest motto in the world. I'd like to formally invite all of you. It might be hard, but June 30th, we're having our 40th anniversary on the steps of the Capitol. The governor is going to be there, along with many speakers from the Senate and from the Assembly. And so we'll formally invite you. Chris will get that to you, that information. And then locally, or close to locally, down at Griffith Park on June 7th, we're having our Southern California 40th anniversary. So on behalf of all the Corps members, that's the reason why we're here, is for the Corps members. Thank you very, very much. We appreciate it.
And thank you, Larry. I'm understanding that we have a video that I'd like to share with us.
Yeah, we have a short, I think it's a 1 minute, 35, 50-second video that just talks about the Corps member experience. So if you wouldn't mind, we'd love to show it to you.
Our
favorite thing about the CCC is that it's diversity and the things that it teaches you about growing up and responsibility.
My favorite thing about the C's is the fact that we get to work outdoors and in the wilderness and get to use power tools.
The community. Just sometimes some projects that we do, they can actually see what we do, and that's rewarding.
So my favorite thing about the CCC is that when you join, you can have a future. Basically, when you're in the C's, you earn a scholarship, and you can earn up to 2 scholarships, which is great. And I'm just able to make the best of myself being here.
My favorite thing about the CCC is that it allowed me to fight fire with CAL FIRE and the National Forestry.
You learn so many different things from so many different individuals. Like the higher ups, you work with your bosses, and pretty much just your crew. Like you learn how to work with people. It's a great. I just feel it's a great program.
Meeting people from schools, meeting teachers and seeing students. I left that atmosphere a few years ago, and to go back into the school environment, and not be a student was, a really interesting experience.
The fact that now I have 3 pages worth of resume stuff instead of half a page.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Light, do you want to share something, sir? Would you like to share a couple of words? I know you're the boss there.
Yeah. They let me think I'm the boss. But, anyway, I just want to say thanks for the great support. We really had the best support from all of the county supervisors, and we just really appreciate it. And when you're walking around, you might be coming across one of our projects. So thank you again.
And thank you so much for the excellent work, and thank you. You want to share a couple of words, or? I know they're really devoted individuals.
Hi, my name is Catherine Diaz. I've been in the CCC for almost over 2 years, and I have many opportunities. I worked in Yosemite for the summer in the Backcountry Trails program, rebuilding trails and helping maintain the wildlife. And I've also worked for the CAL FIRE portion program of the CCC, and we fought fires all the summer, and it was an amazing experience, and I got a lot of opportunity to work with many different types of people, and it's definitely a really life-changing experience, and this program has done a lot for me.
Congratulations.
That's our future. Where are you going? What are you doing?
Oh. And I've also applied for the Australian exchange program, which will give me the opportunity to work in Australia for 2 months.
Ah, excellent.
Thank you so much. And we're in good hands with our CCC. Thank you so much.
Yes.
And we'll take a couple of pictures here. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the good work you do. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we did skip the item 23, and this is a presentation of a resolution proclaiming May 6th through 12th, 2016, a National Nurses Week in Ventura. And I believe we have Kim Milstein and Salita Dabrowski here on behalf of the public health nurses, too, and Kim with our healthcare agency. The National Nurses Week, May 6th through 2016, and we realize that it is also with Florence Nightingale's birthday, and that's how it ends on May 12th. The founder of modern nursing, and the 2016 theme chosen by the American Nurses Association is Culture of Safety, It Starts With You. And we know that this is the nursing profession is something that touches all of us, and we are just so appreciative of our nurses in Ventura County and the great services that they provide. Professional nursing has been established an essential element of the safety and quality care of patients, and nearly 3.4 million registered nurses in the United States constitute our nation's largest healthcare profession. and also that the profession embraces dedicated people with varied interests, strengths, and passion because of the many opportunities the profession offers, and we see public health nursing as one of those opportunities. So it concludes with, now therefore be it resolved, the Board of Supervisors hereby joins the American Nurses Association in proclaiming this week as National Nurses Week in Ventura County, and we encourage all our residents to join in honoring the nurses who provide excellent care for us all by showing appreciation during this special week, as well as every opportunity throughout the year. And I'll come down and bring this to you. And of course, our nurses at the Ventura County Medical Center, Santa Paula Hospital, Public Health Department, Behavioral Health Department, and all the county's affiliated clinics are so appreciated and now celebrated too. So I'll come down there and present this to you if you'd like to say a few words.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair Parks. Members of the board and Mr. Powers, I'm Kim Milstein for the record, Deputy Director of the Healthcare Agency and proud CEO of our 2 hospitals.
And I'm Salita Dabrowski. I'm a supervising public health nurse with our public health nursing program. And I just want to say on behalf of Megan Steffi, who couldn't be here today, we appreciate the continued support of all of you for public health nursing.
Together, we're proud to represent over 600 nurses that proudly work for the County of Ventura in serving our entire county. And in true style to our previous years, we thought we would go through a quick top 10 hits of nursing for 2015 and 2016. If you could have a drum roll, please. Do I have it?
Oh, you're in charge.
Here we go.
All right, so number 10, Community Health Nursing implemented the Bright Beginnings program at VCMC last July. If you don't remember, our Bright Beginnings program is a program for new moms delivering at Santa Paula Hospital and VCMC to help support and promote breastfeeding, screening for postpartum depression, and providing interconception education and care.
Our OB and NICU units this year received an award from the Beta Council for their work and further quality outcomes.
Our public health clinics implemented a sexually transmitted infection clinic, providing screening and treatment to those in our communities.
The psychiatric nurses at VCMC successfully implemented a crisis stabilization unit of care in our assessment and referral clinic.
Community Health Nursing began 3 mother-daughter workshops at our local elementary schools, serving to provide education for moms and daughters on healthy relationships, and the goal is for teen pregnancy prevention.
Number 5, this year, Ventura County Medical Center and Santa Paula Hospital established a nurse education department, and we added 4 clinical nurse educators to provide at-the-elbow assistance to our nurses real-time on the units.
Number 4, our CHDP program facilitated in collaboration with Academic Family Medical Clinic the implementation of a pilot program called Kids Club using the group appointment model to address children's weight management.
We achieved top quartile national scores on our sepsis results this year.
Public health nursing, along with communicable disease, local hospitals, the medical examiner's office, the CDC, the California Department of Public Health, all participated in the countywide cardiomyopathy investigation.
And last but not least, thanks to your board's support, our nurses received their biggest raise in their history, and helping us to retain our very qualified nurses and recruit new ones to build for the future. So thank you for your support. Thank you. Nurses really are the heart of healthcare. They're the heart of what we do every day. So on behalf of the acute setting, behavioral health, public health, and ambulatory, we thank you for your ongoing support of our nurses.
And I know there's some breakfast and a lunch, right?
Yes.
Yes, all kinds of stuff.
Thank you so much for representing today.
Thank you, Supervisor Parks.
Give you the proclamation, and you can go frame it and put it in your home.
All right.
Excellent. Do we have a
Okay.
picture? Do we have the nurses?
Do we have
a photo? Yeah, I've got a camera.
That didn't happen. Do we want all the nurses up here?
Yeah.
All the nurses, come on up.
I know. I love the top 10. That's such a great idea.
Thank you.
I feel like we like each other. I knew that against here.
Thank you.
Thank you, both.
I love that top 10. I mean, and it also really gives you a quick synopsis. I didn't know that we had the teen pregnancy prevention program. That's back again. That's such a great one, too, as all of them are. Okay, so our next item and our last 10 a.m. time certain is a receive and file presentation from the Economic Development Collaborative, and this is on the economic impact of filming industry.
Yes, good morning, Chair Parks, members of the board, Mr. Powers. My name is Christy Madden with the County Executive Office. In 2013, our board entered into a 2-year contract with the EDCVC to support the development of a newly created film liaison position, and there were plans to assess the relative benefit of that program to the region. The Ventura County Film Commission, which is a role filled by the EDCVC, facilitates marketing and promoting of filming in our region. Given the program's success, we are bringing this agreement before you today, seeking a contribution of $15,000 annually to support the program. I do want to make a minor correction to the letter that was brought to my attention after filing. Under recommendation 3, the increase should be to services and supplies rather than other charges. I do have Bruce Densley here today, and he does have a brief PowerPoint presentation, so he can discuss a little bit more about the Film Commission.
Thank you. Morning, Chair Parks, members of the board, Mr. Powers. I should have organized this around a top 10 list, but we'll go with what I got, all right? Let's see here. Let's see if I can handle this without messing it up. There we go. That says how we got here, but it really means how we got here. Very briefly, a couple of things. Want to emphasize a couple of key points. We are one of 70 film commissions in the state of California. It's actually a partnership now under the governance of the state of California, or the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development, looking at ways to create synergies within the tourism sector, the film sector, in a variety of other functions. We've been the Film Commission for several years for Ventura County as designated by the cities, the county, and by the California Film Commission, but only about 3 years ago began funding a film liaison function, which is designed to be a coordinator, facilitator, making sure that we are not only attracting film to the region, but we're doing it in a manner that is well managed, mitigating conflicts, and maximizing the opportunities there. Film is classically something we refer to as a temporary use. That is, primarily while we have a lot of infrastructure here, the way film generates money in Ventura County is the industry from Los Angeles comes up, they identify locations, they spend their money, they take their stuff and go home, and we keep the benefit of the investment. In terms of what is the scale of this economically, we'll talk at the end of this presentation, brief as it will be, about what we see in Ventura County, but I want to emphasize a couple of points. In Southern California, the film cluster broadly is the 5th largest single employer cluster of all the economic activity in Southern California. It's over 140,000 direct jobs, over $30 billion, and we, of course, are looking at making sure we're getting our fair share of that. And, well, oops, too fast. There we go. While this is a bit wordy, essentially what we're talking about is efficient and effective relationships and nurturing partnerships. That's the function and the worldview that we're looking at. Communication among the players, the stakeholders, that is the production crews that are looking for opportunities in Ventura County, the permitting offices that are making sure that this is well governed, the property owners who are looking for opportunity for the financial gain, but also making sure that it doesn't run roughshod over anyone, and neighbors, and of course vendors. And we're talking about the functions that we exercise, or cultivating the relationships between and among them. The 4 bullets on this pretty well sum it up. That is, our role is to facilitate their identification efficiency of the right locations, getting the right permit so that it's governed properly, connecting to the right resources and vendors so they're spending well in Ventura County. And a big piece of this is in lodging, which we'll come to a bit more in a moment. Perhaps. I don't have the touch. There we go. The manner by which we exercise these functions is partly personal, partly online. The personal side of it is Bill Bartels is over here. He's our film liaison. Bill has deep experience in working in city government. He's worked as a business consultant with us. He has experience as a planning commissioner for the county and as a landowner, a grower, and so is well connected to the elements of this. But ultimately, what we want to do is we want to get out of the way and be effective in our communication with an online resource. The stakeholders that are connected here, there's sort of small print up there. We created a new website this year. It's considered by the California Film Commission as state-of-the-art in its operative functionality. We're connecting location scouts to efficiently finding properties, property owners being able on their own to upload their resources so they can be viewed by the industry and identifying opportunities, and of course vendors, hoteliers, all of the folks that are looking to participate in the film industry. A huge thanks to the County of Ventura because, as you'll see in a moment with some data that we'll show, lion's share of the permitting and of the film activity in Ventura County actually occurs on county unincorporated properties. So our huge partnership is with County Resource Management, the Planning Department, GIS. This is the landing page that comes from our website. So if you're a location specialist, or a location scout, you're trying to figure out what permits you need, you can go to our website, take you immediately to the county's GIS data source, figure out in which jurisdiction you're in, all of the various regulatory issues. The county's facilitation in terms of not just permitting, but in fire and traffic has been a huge asset for us, and we couldn't be more appreciative and grateful for that partnership. The other huge partnership, of course, is in the lodging world. So a little bit of technical trivia in the world of film. A lot of what happens in Ventura County that is not entirely unique to Ventura County, but we'll call it unique for the sake of discussion, is that expenditures by the film industry are driven by what they refer to as the 30-mile zone. That is a circle drawn around, I believe, the corner of Beverly and La Cienega in Hollywood. Anything, according to labor negotiation, that's inside the radius of that circle is considered sort of in the district. Anything outside of it is paid for, or wages and per diem and lodging and all of that is provided. That circle, inside the circle is about half of Thousand Oaks, Olasimi, parts of Moore Park. Piru, by strange negotiation, is actually considered in the circle, but it's not really if you measure the mileage, but there's so much activity that occurs there. But the huge issue for Ventura County and the economic gain is they're identifying the extraordinary richness of landscape, of coast, of mountains and resources in Ventura County. A lot of that activity tends to be outside the 30-mile zone, so there's a higher level of expenditure there, and that is hugely important to the hoteliers with whom we partner. Sorry, the cutoff there, but you know these communities well enough that by the last several letters of their name, you'll know who they are. The top line is the unincorporated county of Ventura, over 350 permits issued in the county. That is actually about 42% of all permits issued in Ventura County in the last year. It's actually about 51% of all film days. And the calculator that is used on this is from what's called the American, get that title right, Association of Film Commissioners International, a calculator that looks at, on aggregate, depending on the nature of the film, is it a still shoot, is it a commercial, is it a feature film, runs a calculator for the number of days you're there and the amount of money that is spent, whether you're inside the zone and outside the zone. Film in Ventura County is generating conservatively close to $40 million in new expenditures. We think that we can increase upon that. How? By facilitating the communication between and among the players, by making Ventura County a film-friendly location. Another thank you to the County Planning Department that is going through an amendment to the county coastal zoning ordinance that is working on clarifications that not only make it clear as to how resource management will be put into place and acted upon, but also makes more film locations available, makes it more clear about how you film in Ventura County, recognizes the economic investment that is filmed for Ventura County, and encourages Ventura County to be positioned as a film-friendly location. That's the data that we're looking at. We're hugely appreciative, finally, of the county's the staff's recommendation for investment, so we have the capacity to coordinate activity with the LA film industry, with the national film industry. More is going on in the state of California and the Los Angeles basin to retain and expand film than has ever been gone on before, and we're in a great position to take advantage of that. Thrilled to be here, thrilled for the recommendation, happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Are there questions from the board? I've got two. First, do you have that broken down in the GIS as to where the most filming is being done? I'd be interested to see. For
Yeah,
example,
we can break that down. Bill, do you
yeah,
have
I would
more
think like
detail,
Hidden
or,
Valley, for example, seems to be like on a lot of
well,
car commercials.
When we say county unincorporated, I'm going to wing it and say there are about 4 locations that are probably the most prevalent. The stretch of the coast along Malibu, and some of that is not ending up in the county unincorporated, but is in state parks or in state highways. The Ojai Valley, not in the city of Ojai, but in the roads going up 33 and 150 between Carp and Santa Paula. There's a ton going on there. Further inland on the coast in Malibu, when you get inland, Deer Creek Road, some of those are hugely popular locations for county unincorporated area filming. We can break it down. County planning staff has that in pretty excruciating
Madam
detail.
Chair, Bruce, I've seen quite a few commercials or automobiles around Magoo Rock.
They love Magoo Rock. And those are primarily permitted by, I would think, Caltrans, and some of that may be in state parks as well.
Yeah.
And the other question I had was, this is asking for a $15,000 contribution from the county. Do the cities also contribute?
Yes, the cities collectively, and it varies on a sliding scale in what request we make to them. The cities collectively are putting in, I think, a little over $30,000. The Lodging Association has put in $10,000, and we can go back to that well as we demonstrate there's more activity that is benefiting the hoteliers. And we do have some private sector investors as well. We're looking at a budget, frankly, that is around $55,000 that allows us to maintain fairly full-end capacity on the film liaison and to participate in some of the trade show activity where we can promote the bounty that is Ventura County in the Los Angeles basin.
Right. But it would be good to see that breakdown, if I can, at some point, too, the county versus cities, and just make sure.
Both the finances and where the permitting activity will follow up on those.
That's good information. Well,
Madam
thank
Chair,
you for that. Yes,
if I might
Supervisor
just
Lund.
thank you for the work, and thank you, Mr. Bartels, for jumping in to help to lead this. This has been on our roster for years with EDC VC, knowing it has been an untapped potential for us to really build a stronger economic engine for the county through this filming. I think by now with the cities engaging in the conversation and looking at how we can have one permit and a streamlining of that to really be inviting to the industry to come to our county, it'll do lots of goodwill in upping both the opportunity and the success of it. So, good work.
Thank you.
Now, also kudos to Kim Prilhart and her department, too, working to see that we can put this all together and taking the lead on that.
Yeah, it's a great investment.
So right now we have a motion before us and a second.
Madam Chair, for the record, also that's going to include the change that Ms. Madden spoke of to change other charges to services.
Right, with the changes modified. Thank you. Great presentation, Mr. Sensley, as always, right? Thank you for that. And that passes unanimously. We'll go to our 10:30 time certain items. And this is to receive and file a presentation of the quarterly service recognition for employees 25 years or more in the county. We have Matt Carroll and Mr. CEO.
Thank you, Chair Parks, board members. One of our favorite times here is to take a moment and recognize and show our appreciation to those county employees who've dedicated their careers to providing service to their community, 25, 30, 35 years. So with that, we'll turn it over to Mr. Carroll.
Morning, Mike, Chair Parks, members of the board, Matt Carroll, and with me is the amazing Polly from HR, and I'm here for Sean Otten today, who unfortunately wasn't able to join us. And I will ask the recipients as I call your name to go ahead and come on down and receive it from Polly. And then at the end here, we'd like you to stay standing with it, and we'll try to move as quickly as possible. But stay standing, and then we will take a group picture at the end with the board and our CEO and the other recipients. So I will start this morning at 25 years, and our first recipient is from Animal Services, an Office Assistant 3, Carolyn Moon. Carolyn has graced animal services with her wit and wisdom for 25 years. She spent her early years with the department as an animal control officer in the kennels, making it her mission that lonely animals have the most comfortable existence possible while they spent their time at the shelter. She has trained many up-and-coming animal control officers, including one deputy director who happens to be in the audience here today. For the past 13 years, Carolyn is one of the helpful dispatchers and kind operators that the field officers and the citizens of Ventura County rely on for assistance and information. Congratulations, Carolyn. Now, we didn't know, is Maria here from, okay. All right, our next recipient from the Department of Child Support Services, Supervising Child Support Specialist Maria Bastillos, 25 years. Maria is an outstanding example of a committed, optimistic, and hardworking public servant for the Child Support Department and the County of Ventura. Throughout her career, Maria has consistently sought opportunities to grow and challenging herself as a professional to better serve the families in our county and to mentor new generations of public servants. Congratulations, Maria. Our next recipient, still at 25 years, from the healthcare agency, a clinical assistant to Maricela Cortez. Maricela is the go-to person for finding anything and everything in our big clinic. We can only begin to tell you how much we appreciate how reliable, efficient, and responsible she is. She brings all the patients back, sets them up for procedures, and orders all the supplies that are used in the academic family medicine clinic. That's a lot. Our residents couldn't do without her. Thank you, Maricela. Our next employee is also from the healthcare agency, a stationary engineer, A.C. LaFleur, 25 years. A.C. started his career with HCA back in February of 1991 as the Environmental Services Supervisor. He promoted to Environmental Services Manager in 1995 and developed and maintained the department for 11 years before changing careers. AC then went back to his passion for engineering and became one of VCMC's stationary engineers in 2005. He's a native of Detroit. He's been married to his beautiful wife, Martell, for 27 years, and together they have a beautiful daughter and now a gorgeous grandson. Congratulations. Oh, and the motto for AC is, you may not see him, but he's there. Our next recipient, also from the healthcare agency, a senior physical therapist, Rick Nagasawa. Rick has been a valued physical therapist at the Simi Valley Medical Therapy Unit his entire 25 years, and his passion is clinical education. He has taught, mentored, and guided more physical therapy interns than all program therapists combined. Rick plans to retire in June of 2016, June of this year, and his wisdom and humor and friendship will be missed beyond expression, say your fellow employees. So congratulations and happy retirement. And then did Colleen make it? There's Colleen. All right, 25-year employee from the healthcare agency, Behavioral Health Clinic Administrator 2, Colleen Kelly. Colleen? In her 25 years with the county, Colleen has worked for many departments serving the citizens of Ventura County. Her most recent position is running the Oxnard Center for the Alcohol Drug Program, which is the largest of the ATP treatment clinics. She has responsibility for the treatment of adults and adolescents. She oversees the Oxnard Center, the program in the Juvenile Justice Center, Recovery Classroom, Juvenile Justice Drug Court, the Oxnard Center at Frontier, and the Oxnard Center at Frontier High School. Breath catch. In her spare time, Colleen enjoys gardening and spending time with her 6 grandchildren. Congratulations. Also from our healthcare agency, our next 25-year recipient is a certified biomed equipment technician, Gary Lowry. Gary is a pivotal part of the VCMC biomedical team and has worked over the years to not only improve the quality of patient care offered by our facilities, but also ensure enhanced reliability of the equipment used by both staff to afford that care. His contributions have been tireless, and he's always focused on patient safety. Say, as colleagues, we appreciate all he brings to the VCMC program and feel lucky to have such a committed biomedical technician on our team. Congratulations, Gary. Also from HCA, our next 25-year recipient is a Fiscal Assistant 3, Jesus Martinez. Jesus has worked in the Behavioral Health Department for most of his years with the county. He started in the DUI program, then transferred to Behavioral Health Billing Department, where he currently is working as a fiscal assistant. He is a team player and always willing to help with special projects. Jesus is dedicated and takes pride in his work. In addition to being a team player at work, he is also a team player on the soccer field as a fierce player and coach. Say, his colleagues, we truly appreciate the years of service he has committed to the County of Ventura. Congratulations on 25 outstanding years. All right, moving on to our Human Services Agency, also a 25-year recipient, a Case Aid 2, Heather Stoffaker. Heidi Stoffaker. I was so focused on getting your last name right, I messed up the easy first name. I apologize. Heidi is a valued member of HSA with commitment and dedication to providing excellent customer service. All 25 years have been within HCA, including time at the Intake and Eligibility Center in the clerical unit. She also has worked at VCMC processing Medi-Cal applications, the GAIN office, and currently she is assisting clients with the mail-in application process for CalFresh and Medi-Cal. Heidi feels she has learned a lot. She has met a lot of terrific people and made some very good friends. Congratulations on 25 years. Also from our Human Services Agency, a Program Assistant 1, 25 years, Joseph Lopez. Joseph is a dependable and valued forward thinker. Public service has made a positive impact on those he has served. And he has a great sense of humor. Mr. Lopez would like to thank the 6 managers he has worked with during his 25 years. Each one has brought their own style, which allowed him to work to the best of his abilities. When he retires in December, another retiree, he will be knowing that he made a positive difference in the lives of not only of clients, but his fellow employees. Congratulations on 25 years. All right, also with the Human Services Agency, a Client Benefits Specialist 3, Deanna Verato. Deanna began as an extra help employee within the Human Service Agency in 1988 and became a permanent employee in 1990. She moved from an Office Assistant 1 to her current position as a Client Benefits Specialist 3. In her current position as a teleworker from home, she continues to be an employee who demonstrates great leadership skills. She would like to thank all the great leaders she has worked with through the years. Thank you, Deanna, for 25 years of outstanding service. All right, switching to our Public Works Agency, a Water Resource Specialist 4 with 25 years, William Carey. Bill Carey is a water resource specialist responsible for the water quality aspects of our program. He'll be one of the first people out in the rain and one of the last people to come back inside. Didn't your mother tell you otherwise? Because of this, the county has a very robust storm water quality program. Congratulations, Bill. Also from Public Works, a Water Resource Specialist 2, David Panaro. David is a water resource specialist in the Watershed Protection District and has served in numerous capacities. He truly cares about the health and well-being of our watershed and water resources. Congratulations, David. Still with 25 years in our Sheriff's Department, Sheriff's Captain Robert Davidson. Captain Davidson has been with the Sheriff's Department for 25 years. Over the course of his career, he has worked in a number of assignments in the jails and in patrol. In addition, he has worked as a homicide detective, an internal affairs detective, and in key administrative positions. Captain Davidson has worked in every division of the Sheriff's Office and continues to serve with enthusiasm and distinction. Congratulations, 25 years. Now in our probation department, a senior deputy probation officer, Leonardo Salinas. Leonardo began his employment with the Ventura County Probation Agency in November 1991 as a deputy probation officer. What's this? What am I missing? Oh, okay. Okay, we're done, Leonardo. No. He has worked in a variety of units, which include Juvenile Services Supervision, Oxnard Youth Services, Colston Youth Center, Cal Endowment Healthy Returns Program, Placement, Repeat Offenders Prevention, Truancy Habits Reduced Increased Vital Education Thrive Program, and the Professional Standards Unit. Most recently, he was nominated and selected to be an agency peer supporter. Congratulations, Leonardo. All right, we don't believe Rudy could join us this morning, but I did want to call out that our first 30-year recipient is with the Public Works Association, Public Works Agency, a maintenance worker 3, Rudy Gonzalez. So as you see Rudy in the halls, please congratulate him and thank him for his 30 years of service. Rudy. Our next 30-year recipient is Eduardo Reyes from the Sheriff's Department. Sergeant. Sergeant Reyes feels fortunate to serve the citizens of Ventura County, working for the leading law enforcement agency in Ventura County, the Ventura County Sheriff's Office. Yes. On a daily basis, he is inspired by the integrity and moral character of the women and men he works with, and is blessed to have had a supportive family throughout his career. Congratulations, Eduardo, on 30 years. We're told Brian is not going to join us this morning. If that's not correct, let me know, please. Our next 30-year awardee is from the Healthcare Agency, a medical officer's assistant, Estrella Gutierrez. Take that back. Estella, I apologize. Estrella is one of my favorite wineries, so you're caught up. Estella joined the VCMC Oncology Clinic in October of 2015. She has such a warm heart and kind personality and makes our patients feel cared for and special. She's one of the first people that our patients see when they come into our clinic, and she starts their experience off in a very positive way. Her happy smile and welcome really sets the tone for the visit. In addition, she has a very funny personality and sometimes really helps keep things on a light note when we most need it. Our clinic and patients are all very appreciative that Estella is part of our team, and we intend to keep her here for another 30 years. Congratulations. And now, 35 years with our Public Works Agency, supervising Public Works maintenance, Gilbert Cardoza. Gilbert is a 35-year veteran of Public Works. He began as a maintenance worker 1 for $5 an hour. Really? In the Watershed Protection District. Later opportunities brought him to the Transportation Department as a Public Works Supervisor in the Road Maintenance Division. Gilbert is married to Rosa Ceniceros, the famous Rosa Ceniceros, who works in procurement with the Ventura County GSA. Together they raise 6 children and enjoy 6 grandchildren. He spent many years in the American Racing Pigeon Union, traveling to races throughout the country. Gilbert is an avid coin collector. His prize coin, which he has to keep away from Rosa, is his 1904 22-karat gold coin. Congratulations, Gilbert. Another 35-year employee this morning, an administrative aide from the healthcare agency, Jacqueline McCauley. Jacqueline started as an extra help laundry employee and was soon promoted to regular help after 2 years, then promoted again to a seamstress position, and finally to laundry services supervisor, where she served for many years. As a former laundry services supervisor, there is no one better suited to act as a liaison between the hospital, clinics, and the new contracted laundry company. In her new role as administrative aide, her guidance has helped with ensuring a seamless transition to the contracted services. Thank you for 35 years of outstanding service to the county and the healthcare agency. And finally, our last recipient, also from the healthcare agency, a community services coordinator with 40 years of service, Benny Creighton. Now, I want to spend a little time on Benny because he's got a very interesting background and obviously dedicated. Benny joined the County of Ventura back in 1974 as a community services coordinator. He is proud to help address the changing needs of our county with a focus on mental and emotional health for groups that are traditionally underserved. Since the time of Nixon, he has continued his work on minority health issues to the present day. A veteran of community health education efforts through the 80s and 90s, Bernie has presented workshops in schools and nonprofit agencies from Sinimi Valley to the Ojai Valley and everywhere in between. He currently works with the alcohol and drug programs to identify and help reduce health disparities. He believes strongly in addressing socially induced vulnerabilities among diverse groups. And for the record, Bernie has no plans for an early retirement. Bernie would like to say it has been and is an honor and privilege to serve the citizens of Ventura County. He entered service with a missionary zeal to effectively assist the mental, emotional, and behavioral health well-being of Ventura County citizens through participatory, culturally specific learning, sharing, and empowering. That missionary zeal remains today. Congratulations on 40 years. And that concludes. I know Mike would like to say a few words as well as the board, so please.
Well, thank you, Matt, and just congratulations to all. And Benny, I think you missed your early retirement by about 30 years, so just barely. Yeah. But I just want to say thank you. What a cast of all-stars. I mean, all those years of dedicated service to our community, to your coworkers, and you hear how much they appreciate the knowledge that you share with them. That's really what makes our county strong. You're the strength of our county, and we just thank you. I was doing some rough math here. 605 years of service you've all dedicated to our community. So just thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you. I also just want to thank the CEO for bringing this forward, giving us an opportunity as the Board of Supervisors to thank you for your good and long work here for the County of Ventura. It's a great idea, and we get to learn a little bit more about each of you, too, when you get called up. So it's a delight for us, an honor, really, to be able to do that. And so thank you all so much for your good service.
Madam Chair, I also like to thank everybody for the many, many years of service, the 30 years, the 35, the 40 years. Benny, outstanding. You look very young. But thank you so much for the excellent work, thank you again. We appreciate it.
Supervisor Bennett?
Madam Chair, I just, everybody's going to say thank you for your service, and that's certainly very appropriate. I just want for all of your colleagues that are out here also, this is a time for us all to just stop and remember that we're lucky we get to work for an organization that has a mission. And the mission is something bigger than just us and making a profit. It's really doing something really good. And so thank you for being committed to the mission for so long. I think you all know exactly what I'm talking about. Really appreciate it.
When you take that and you add it, you go to the number of years now,
almost 1.2 million hours worth of time people put in there serving the public, serving that public. So thank you very much. It's a lot of time.
Yes, thank you very much.
All right.
Should we get a good photo? I believe Supervisor Bennett, you're also a 25-year too? 15? 15. You're
Yeah, we're going to have 2 rows, folks. Short people to the back. Okay, we're going to take a couple because somebody's going to blink. Okay. 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. One more.
Ready? 1, 2. Carolyn, don't do that. Awesome, thank you.
Hey, see if they're good. There we go.
Razi is done.
He's off running around. Oops. Oh, look at that. Shall we dance? Yes, absolutely. Let's. Dialed in. All right. Good job, Ron. Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go then on to our next agenda item. This is agenda item 27, 10:30 time certain, and it's the NPDES presentation, National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, with Mr. Clifford.
Good morning, Chair Parks, board members, Mr. Powers. My name is Tully Clifford with the Public Works Agency. I'm the Director of the Watershed Protection District. I'm here before you today to provide an update on the Ventura County-wide Stormwater Quality Management Program and to request approval of an amendment to the Stormwater Program Implementation Agreement. I'll provide a few highlights and background on the Stormwater Program, the Implementation Agreement, and why I'm recommending approval of the amendment. The Stormwater Plan, as you're well aware, directly addresses Focus Area 3 of the County Strategic Plan. Ventura County, including the cities, have been covered under an NPDES stormwater permit since 1994. And with each successive permit, we also see increases in the effort and the costs required to fulfill the permit. The current permit expired last year, is currently on administrative extension until a new permit is adopted by the regional board. Before the first NPDES permit was adopted, the county, its 10 cities, and the Watershed Protection District joined together to create an implementation agreement to fund this joint effort to address stormwater pollution county-wide. The implementation agreement was last adopted in 2010 and will expire when a new permit is adopted, which is anticipated by the end of this year. I'll get into that, but I'll talk about a few of the program highlights first. The Stormwater Program does a lot of public outreach, and last year over 11 million impressions were made educating the public on how to protect our watersheds. 10% of these were in Spanish. One of these efforts shown on the slide is the Rain Barrel Program, and those of us who are astute enough to participate will be able to pick up our rain barrels and compost bins this upcoming weekend, so there'll be lots of activity related to that. Another thing you can see is there's a lot of extensive stormwater monitoring associated with the program. It's very data-centric, and as this slide demonstrates, it takes a lot of work, but we distill it down into a few points for a single water quality index. This index is used to measure our progress with the county strategic plan. We have also created a pollutant prioritization process to help actively manage programs to address these priorities. And one thing we don't always like to talk about out loud is fecal bacteria. The fecal indicator bacteria has been identified as a priority pollutant, and a special study was initiated to understand the sources of the bacteria to the storm drain system, and therefore the impact on us. On the project side of things, permittees have also designed and built infiltration and bioretention projects to address pollutants. And there's a few examples shown on this slide. They're from Moore Park, Thousands Oaks, as well as the award-winning projects, the Happy Valley Bioswale and the Government Center parking lot. And just to remind the board that the El Rio retrofit for groundwater recharge ribbon cutting is on May 20th at 1 p.m. Through the stormwater program, the permittees developed a needed tool to assist in the development of these type of stormwater capture projects. A county-wide GIS storm drain geodatabase was created that integrates the drainage infrastructure of all the permittees. This tool will be very useful as the future of stormwater management will depend more on projects that capture stormwater from the storm drain system. Capturing stormwater not only prevents pollutants from reaching our creeks and oceans, it is also a water resource strategy. Senate Bill 985, signed into law in 2014, recognized the potential of this resource and formalized the watershed planning needed for projects to be eligible for grant funding. And to meet this requirement, we've actually initiated a municipal stormwater resources plan to identify all publicly owned parcels countywide and then to prioritize these locations for the potential for multi-benefit stormwater capture projects. And we expect the plan to be completed by June of this year. The storm drain mapping, identification and prioritization of all publicly owned parcels, and the development of concept projects will create a strong foundation for future efforts to find solutions to water resource issues countywide. The next steps will be to identify how many of these projects are needed to achieve our water quality and water resource goals. And that's really where the new permit comes in. We expect to negotiate our new permit over the course of this year, with it becoming effective in February of 2017. We anticipate the new permit will require the development of watershed management programs, and we can use the municipal stormwater resource plan I mentioned earlier as a foundation for these new programs. And as part of this, we will also be required to develop a rather robust financial plan. From a financial perspective, it's not a cheap program. The cost to develop the plans will vary, of course, depending on the size and the urbanization and the watersheds. But we feel it will also be very effective. The stormwater program is working to maximize the use of already developed and approved TMDL implementation plans to reduce the cost of the watershed management plans. We currently spend, along with the 10 cities, approximately $20 million a year on this program. But back to the matter at hand. I would like to ask for your approval of an amendment to the Stormwater Program Implementation Agreement. The current agreement was adopted to equitably share the costs of the activities of the Watershed Protection District and what we do on behalf of all the permittees. This includes the public outreach, monitoring and reporting, as well as leading the permit negotiations. The current implementation agreement will actually expire with the adoption of the new permit. So the participants in the stormwater program unanimously decided to continue the current agreement for 1 year after the effective date of the new permit to provide sufficient time to evaluate the requirements in the new program. At that time, a new agreement would be forthcoming. So today we request that your board approve the amendment to the existing implementation agreement and authorize the director of the Watershed Protection District to sign on behalf of the Watershed Protection District. And we also ask that you receive and file the Stormwater Program's 2014-2015 annual report.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board? Supervisor Long?
One, thank you. Very thorough. Looking at the report, the executive summary really captures a lot of this, and I think if we can, for the public understanding and engagement as we're challenged in the future with funding resource needs, to be able to put just that executive summary piece or link some of this so the public can go to it quickly. I think it really calls out the good work that's been done and the cooperation countywide, but yet the great resource need we're going to have in the future.
Thank you. Yeah, I very much appreciate that, and we will do that. We understand that 300-page document is very difficult for the public, so we will certainly put that summary forward on our website.
Thank you.
Yeah, it is a kind of a new era where we're looking at these things instead of wastewater. It's a resource that we want to preserve and reuse, a lot of reuse. So thank you for the good report. Does any other questions, or if we could have a motion, and this be the approval of the authorization to implement the agreements? We do have a motion and a second. If we could all please vote.
Just a quick comment, too. The city managers frequently let me know how much they appreciate working with Watershed on this. 'Cause they coordinate it, but they lead the process, and it's really a great example of the county working with the 10 cities. So,
thank you, Mr. Clifford. Our first 11 a.m. time certain now. We have a couple of contracts here. Good news with the Sheriff's Department. Item 28 is the 5-year contract for body-worn cameras.
Chair Parks, member of the board, Mr. Powers, Jeff Dean, Sheriff. Although Lee the Bee says turn off the TV, I do have a few slides for you today to help illustrate the points on this particular contract. It helps the bones grow and the muscles show. It's pretty bad. I remember the whole. You say it enough, you get it down. I can relate. Body-worn cameras are no secret to anybody. I've been before this board before talking about the prospect. Across the nation, law enforcement agencies are under scrutiny. We're very lucky, blessed, and I think it's earned to have, I think, a 90% approval rating for the sheriff's office here in Ventura County. But it doesn't mean we rest on our laurels. It doesn't mean we don't do everything we can do. And the body-worn cameras are the next step. Transparency and accountability, as I like to say, on both sides of the badge. It holds our deputies accountable, but it also holds the public accountable that we come in contact with. Responsibility on both sides. And I think the use and the addition of body cameras is certainly that right addition. It's a new math. What do you point at? Oh, you got to push the right button?
Hey.
There we go. We'll get there. So I don't need to read all these to you, but there's certainly significant benefits that have been proven in agencies that have adopted them and been using them for several years now, and we think that will certainly hold true here in Ventura County for us also. So we've gone through at least a 6-month evaluation. We did select Taser International as the best choice. We tested 6 cameras up at our Ojai station, 6 cameras at our East Valley station. Actually, here's one right here. This is the one we opted for. I'm wearing it. The newest version, interesting, it's held on by a magnet. And I thought, when they showed it to me, I go, there's no way it'll stay on. It'll stay on. It's pretty impressive. And we like it because it gives an officers a chance to where does it feel most comfortable for them? The others were clip-on. So this seems to be the most effective and the one we're probably going to opt for.
Is that on now?
It is not on now, Supervisor. You can say what you want.
Sheriff, is that the same one that you have in the car, or it's just that's a personal?
We don't have one. We don't have them in the car.
None in the
This
car.
is our first step into body
okay.
cameras.
Do you find that people behave themselves better? Is that what the studies show too?
I don't know. Apparently, not everybody behaves themselves better just because you're wearing a camera. Let me know when you're done. You good? Where were we? I'm sorry.
I was asking if there is a different behavior pattern from the people that you're speaking to because they know that they're being filmed.
You know, during the test cycle, we've seen some of that. I think we're going to see more and more of that, not unlike when we adopted tasers. The other side didn't know we had tasers out there. Now a taser comes out, and they hit a test cycle on it, and everybody pays attention. I think as it becomes more prevalent here in Ventura County, I think the public will get used to it and realize what's there, and again, behavior will be better on both sides.
Yeah, I imagine it'd be a good training tool too, not to take you off of your script, but
It's
a lot of other benefits.
We've seen some interesting videotapes during our test cycle that we've used for training tools already. It's been an eye-opener for us. It's been really, really good. I was a little sketchy on it a couple of years ago, and then I went to a bunch of training, and I was more positive. And then after the test period, I'm just 100% sold that it's the right thing for us to do. So this is what we chose. One of the issues, as you can imagine, is battery life. And this one will last for 12 hours. It doesn't run continuously. Our policy is when you have a law enforcement contact, you'll turn it on. We're actually having to get some test ones and put them in our academy because we have to start training our officers to actually turn them on. Now this, even over the evolution of the test cycle, when we first started, it had a 30-second buffer, I believe. Corey, where are you? There you are. He's the expert. And now it's a 2-minute buffer. So even after you turn it on, the previous 2 minutes are captured in video, not audio, but video. So when you have an encounter, you turn it on, whatever you did, the previous 2 minutes is already there. So that's really, really helpful. We can electronically transfer files to the DA's office, so we don't have to make copies of every case. If we have information, we just send it to them electronically. So that'll really save money. And then smartphone interaction. When the video comes on, they can send it right to their iPhone. They can look. They can't delete it, but they can look at it, and then they tag it. Because one of the huge issues is storage. What do we store? And then after what county council has told us how long we have to retain it, when do we delete it, when do we not delete it? So they're tagging, and it can shut down on a time period it really takes for us to have to retain all that data. That's not cheap. You see the costs up there. I think they looked anywhere between 18 and 20 different camera systems. One of the good parts about this is it's the same company that makes our tasers. So as part of the purchase, we get new tasers also. And it's automatically part of the replacement cycle. A taser costs $1,000. So we're going to put 325 of these out in the field with tasers. And so we'll take those older tasers, put them in, and give them to our deputies assigned to the jail and the courts, and they'll get the latest version of the new one out there. And part of that, part of the contract is a replacement cycle of both cameras and the tasers. We kind of piggybacked on the LAPD signed the first contract because they were so big. They got favored nation status and got the best deal. And when Corey, Captain Rubright, negotiated and purchasing, trust me, it was an arduous process. Our purchasing people took us through the ringer so we could do the right thing, and this was sole source, and that was part of the contract. We got the deal that LA got, even though they're 10 times our size. So it seems like the right direction, seems like the right thing to do. All the costs for the contract cities are being passed on to the contract cities. That's why it reduced this cost significantly.
Will the deputies be wearing these in the jails also?
Yes. No, not at this time.
Okay. All right. So this will just be out in the field.
Yeah. We have a lot of, I don't know what percentage. We have a high percentage of our jail is already have cameras all over it.
Okay. Thanks.
Madam Chair. Sheriff, if we had bought it by ourselves as opposed to tagging on to Los Angeles, how much did we save per?
Well, we didn't really tag on Los Angeles. They negotiated a deal with this company, and because they were so big, they got the best deal. And so we just said, we're not paying any more than they're paying, even though they're 10 times our size.
So you get the same price?
Yeah, so I'm not really sure what it would have been.
That's good, yeah.
Yeah, so it's, and again, is he here, our purchasing? Yeah, it was a long process, and we went through a lot of hoops to make sure everything was legal and we're doing everything the right way and spending the taxpayer money as best we can. So that is my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
No, I just think it's great what you're doing. It's good. It's good for the officer, too, to protect them. hate this
Yes.
idea what they say about officers, so this is great. Good.
And Supervisor Long?
Talk about this data storage. It's going to be expensive also.
I have to say, it's kind of like the phone companies. We'll give you your phone at next to nothing, but you've got to retain the data. County council is 2 years? 2 years? We have to retain the data for 2 years. And so every videotape we have has to be retained, and that's what really costs. But there's no way around it. The company we're using is part of TASER. They're Besiegis, which is approved by the FBI for security purposes. So evidence.com is what it's called. It seems to be the best method to retain that data. Really, really costly, and we talked to our IT people who we know are phenomenal. Really costly to try to build our own servers and do it ourselves, and really not worth the investment.
Supervisor Bennett?
I really like the officer's ability to download it onto their phone, both so that they can look at it and also so that they can be sure to save their own personal backup copy. If they have a controversial, I could just imagine if you're in a controversial situation, you want to make sure your side, that you handled it well, and you want to make sure nothing happens, with the official recording. To have that as a backup, I think both of those things seem to be really good things from an officer's point of view.
So I'm exactly accurate. Can they actually save a copy of it, or can they just access it?
They can only access it to view it and write the reports while they're in the field, so they don't have to take the time to go back to the station. But it doesn't save the copy until it's uploaded at the station.
Well, okay. I thought they were able to save it.
Yeah, and they're able to go in and look. They're able to go in and look at their own, whatever they videotape and what do they tag whenever they want. We don't want. I don't think we want too many. We don't want too many of those copies floating around, and this gets secured.
Supervisor Long?
So this is a 5-year contract, so mid, 2.5 years, a report out on it to
Sure.
just kind of talk about
Maybe before that. I'm
performing.
as curious as all of us to see how it's going to happen, and again, the revelations, just having 12 of them out there have been pretty interesting, and I think it's going to be pretty eye-opening for everybody.
Supervisor Zaragoza?
And our sheriffs are okay with it, they want to do it there.
Well, I can't speak for them. They've been a part of the process from the very beginning,
testing it.
And helping us report writing policy and everything, because it's different change. It's different for our deputies.
It might help them in the long run, I think.
I truly believe it will.
Yeah, thank you.
There
I
are.
can just see the hardest part is getting to remember to turn it on for people like yourself.
It's absolutely going to be the hardest part, because you're just not, especially old guys like me, to remember to do that.
Yeah.
But that's why we'll get test devices for the academy. So for them, it'll, in 5 years, it'll be second nature to them.
Yeah.
I'd be interested in also the protocols that you will establish too. I know, for example, what about Public Record Act requests, and what is available for that? Because that, if it is something that is as easy as someone writing I want a copy of this, it could be an inordinate amount of time spent in dealing with Public Record Act requests, for example.
Actually, County Council has told us they're all investigative tapes, so there's no requirement that we release those tapes.
Okay.
It's been such a problem in, say, the state of Washington, that there were online bloggers that asked for every single videotape that a police agency made, and they finally just did away with them. Number one, I don't want, if I go to your house, not you, Supervisor Parks, but if I go to somebody's house on a child abuse or a family fight and we videotape that, the public doesn't need to see that. It's none of their business. It's private. So,
right. I would imagine there are definitely privacy issues. And then I recall also reading about certain cases where the officers weren't allowed to see the tapes that were available until, because of court proceedings and all this. So that will just eliminate that issue, I would guess, if they have immediate access. Our
policy states that the officers will be able to view their videotape before they write their reports at any time. So we're not here to keep secrets. We're here to provide the most accurate information possible.
And it is an incredible tool. And I'm glad that we will be able to use it. Any other questions? Okay, then.
Chair Parks, I
Yes.
was going to just mention one thing, that Sheriff Dean's staff is working with our staff on actually developing the retention policy for these videos. So we will be working with his staff, and it will be brought back to your board to approve a retention policy for the videotapes.
All right. Well, thank you for bringing it forward. Thank you for your 100% support for it. I think it is something that the public wants, and I think it is something to protect our officers, too. So it's a good tool.
As usual, the whole county staff, county council, purchasing, everybody just got on board, and it's gone as smooth as it could possibly go. It's gone.
And you did incorporate a whole committee in your department that all got to look at from different ranks. And
all ranks throughout the agency. And we met with the association, and they've been involved with discussions from day one.
That's right. Good. So if we could please vote. All right, that passes unanimously. And now another really good item, and looking forward to being able to vote on this too.
This is pretty exciting. As you know, your board has previously approved the acceptance of a partial grant from the Board of State Corrections to add on to our Charterwood facility to provide a facility for those with mental illness and medical problems. Lucky for us, San Francisco decided they didn't want to be able to build a new facility for people they're going to have to house. And so that money, based on the system that was in place, was passed down at us. And we received word that we'll receive the remaining $29.4 million to help build the facility. And we asked that, yay! It's so great. We so need it. And I think we all agree it'd be great if those with mental illness had someplace else to go, and unfortunately they don't. Those are medical issues, so we need to provide the best care we possibly can for them, and this is a step in that direction, so I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, just great work on that. I think it can be and will be a model in the state to be able to have that housing pod just for those patients and the inmates who need that focused care, and to be able to bring in our excellent resources through behavioral health and our medical care and others to help to treat those inmates. So it'll be a model.
Yes.
Thanks for sticking to it. And did you go to San Francisco and say you really don't want it?
There might have been some letters that had somebody else's signature to the bottom, letters to the editor of San Francisco.
You really don't want that.
I'm like, we have a great crew, Commander Nelson, Assistant Sheriff Stewart, that have just pushed this all the way through and really stuck with it, so it's great.
Yeah, good persistence going through it, but I imagine that when you get this built, the rest of your jail will be much more efficient with all that. You can use the place so much better.
It's just, and it's going to free up so much space. You know, we're unfortunately bursting at the seams right now. The effects of Prop 47 is really hitting us. I'm almost at maximum capacity again, and the fact that I'm single cell on a lot of those with mental illness and medical issues, we are kind of getting to a crisis point. So this is very, very helpful. Although we're a few years down the road, but we already got the team. We already have the first RFQ out, so we're not wasting any time.
It is also great that we'll have greater attention on those people and help them with treatment and try to end that revolving door. That's great. And I know that the board supported it going out for the first grant and realizing we had a big gap there, but that we are very supportive of this and being able to have the full funding. You know, what more could you ask for? That's just excellent work. Thank you.
Appreciate the wording from the board when we approved the last one. I think it was helpful as we went through the process to make sure we secured the rest.
Sheriff, thank you so much, and thank you to San Francisco.
That's right. We do have a motion and a second. Congratulations.
Now we can go build.
Big day for you. We'll now move on to, $55 million grants. So our next item on the agenda would be our 11:30 time certains, and it's item number 30, and this is regarding the launch of the county wellness program. Someone going to run down here with their tennis shoes, right?
Okay, I just have to get this technology ready.
And the old technology is the tennis shoes, right?
Yes, exactly. That's the real technology.
That's right. Look at that.
Okay, I can do technology and wellness.
Yeah,
So-
you look like you've done this before.
Yeah, exactly. So let me just make sure we have this. There we go. Where's all that showing? Yep, dang it. Okay, that's not so cool. Can you help me upstairs? Oh, there we go. Okay, yay. Okay. So, good morning, members of the board. I'm Susan Heller with the County Wellness Program and the County Executive Office. So we are very excited to share with you our VC Well initiative. We actually launched in January, so hopefully you've seen some of this. VC Well stands for Ventura County Working Energetically and Loving Life. And it's really an opportunity for us to work together at all levels to really further inspire a culture of health here at the county. So in developing our initiative, we looked at evidence-based practices shown to help control or mitigate increases in healthcare costs and also to help improve employee productivity and employee engagement. You'll see that our initiative aligns with the county's strategic plan, especially the component for a wellness incentive program that was in the county's strategic plan. And as you know, obviously employees that feel better, they're healthier, they're going to feel better, they're going to have more energy, and they're going to be better able to support our constituents in our mission here at the county. So basically what the initiative involves is 3 campaigns. We have a Get Fit, Eat Well, and Live Well campaign. And each of the campaigns has the components you see on the left. So we have well classes going to support our Get Fit campaign, like our beginner boot camp that we just had outside. You may have seen Couch to 5K, kind of got people ready for the corporate games. We also have some great tools for each of the campaigns. So we have, for instance, walking maps that we have outside today that we've created as a tool for our Get Fit campaign. We have some great well events. Right now we are working on planning a Taste of Wellness fair that will be for our Eat Well campaign in July. And then we continue to work with public health to make sure that we have policies so we're not only focusing on individual behavior change, but we're looking at the overall system and really making sure that we have an environment that supports healthy living. And then that brings us to the 2 components we're really going to talk about now, and that is our Well Trek Challenge, which we are starting today. The Hike Ventura County competition is a 4-week challenge that kicks off today. And then we have on our platform, which I'm going to demo in just a minute, you'll see that how that works. And then the VC Well Rewards component is really the incentive part of our wellness program. And so what we have planned is that employees who, all regular employees, are eligible to try to earn one of the 500 Fitbit Charge HRs. And Charge HR doesn't mean we're charging HR. That's actually on the model. I'm wearing it here. So we have 500 of these right now set aside. And employees have to do 3 things to earn that. So the first thing, or one of the things they have to do, is they have to complete an online wellness profile questionnaire form. The other thing they have to do is complete our wellness profile screening. So this is really important. This is where they get their cholesterol checked, and it helps them identify their risk factors early before lots of health problems develop. And then we have all these resources to help them to lower those risks. They also have the option to get that done through their doctor. The third thing that they have to do is they have to log 10 days of physical activity on our new Well Trek Challenge platform. And hopefully once they do that, they will be so inspired they'll want to carry on. So let me show you, I'm going to take you to this site. Oh, good, it's working. So this is live. And so when somebody goes on. They register. It takes like less than 30 seconds. And they go on, and the first thing it'll do is it'll show them their options. What do you want to do to track your steps? Some people already have a device, so it syncs with almost all the devices out there. So that's one way they can track their steps. There's also, if they have a smartphone, there's all kinds of free apps, so we have that set up for them as well. So it's real simple. They would just choose their device. And if they don't have a device, no worries at all. They can just manually add an entry. It's very simple. And if they say they can enter their steps here, or they can convert an activity. So almost anything you can think of doing, it's on here. So gardening, rollerblading, basketball. So what they would do is they would just put the activity down that they do, and it'll convert it into steps for them. So what do they do with all this? One, they can track their own progress, but the really exciting component is that there's opportunity for competitions. So we have some the first competition's kicking off today, and this is the competition map. So this is where we're going. There you go. So we're going to take a little route through starting at Punch Bowl, and as people track their steps, they will progress along this map each day. So it's live. They'll moving along the map. They'll be able to see themselves on the map compared to everybody else, and they will get messages that each of these milestone markers are going to get some really pretty scenic imageries of the spot they just passed, and they will also get some encouraging messages to keep going on. They'll be able to see themselves on the individual leaderboard, and then they will also, this is the part that you'll be interested in, is that there'll be a department leaderboard. So we'll be able to see which department is averaging the most steps throughout the competition. So we just started, and somebody's already at 5,000 steps this morning, so that's pretty good. This is the county clerk recorder. So let's see. Again, we're just starting this morning, so you guys have a little work to do, get up to the top of the leaderboard. But it's a great opportunity to just kind of have some fun, friendly competition, little bragging rights, and so we're hoping that people really enjoy that. The neat thing about this program is it does provide some neat, some of the new technology and support functions that are important for a wellness program. So you can see people will be able to, like Facebook, they can add friends. They can make comments on their friends' posts. They just write down, hey, good job, keep going, or whatever they want to say. They can rag people as well. So that's available. And then throughout, you'll see we have a help button, so people can click on that, and they get directed right to us or our support line, and lots of any questions they have. We did pilot this, and the people that used it said it was very easy, and most importantly, they found that they really increased the steps that they took each day. A lot of awareness for people that if you just sit at your desk and go to the parking lot and go home, it's pretty hard to get the steps that are necessary for good health. And so people were really amazed how much more they started walking when they did this. And they told us stories too about their families. What are you doing at 10 o'clock at night? All of a sudden they look and they're somebody's walking in the kitchen in circles because they want to get their last 100 steps to hit the goal for the day. So it's a lot of fun. I hope you all do it. If you have any questions, we are available. Also, I wanted to just make sure, hopefully you got the memo. Today is bring, not your kid, but bring your walking shoes to work day. And we have our wellness program exercise physiologists to do our boot camp out there and ready to stretch anyone that wants to come out and take our first lap for our Hike Ventura County competition. So I will be available if you have questions now, and then also outside.
Great. Any questions or comments, Mr. CEO?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Parks. I just wanted to say thank you to Susan and Ken and Tracy and Sean Otten, who's not here, and Matt. this is really a passion of theirs, employee wellness and health. And that's what we want, right? Really healthy employees, healthy, happy employees. So we've done a lot for your board. Always been supportive of these types of programs, but this is taking it to another level of fitness, of trash talking, all those good things. Will be our benchmarks we'll be measuring. But it's just to have fun and keep our employees well. So thank you for your great work in doing this.
Thank you.
I think it's great too, and I love this, and to make it so user-friendly and to have some of the employees interacting so well with one another, it builds, there are a lot of benefits for it. I mean, certainly the physical well-being, but just to have a camaraderie and be able to find a level of fitness that everyone wants to be comfortable. We know sitting up here all day how uncomfortable it gets, so.
Yeah,
you're supposed to get up, what, every 30 minutes? You really should get up and walk around? And
they're saying now sitting is the new smoking.
Oh,
so.
it is. It is. It's awful. Yeah. So thank you.
On that
Great
note.
work to launch that, yeah.
All right. Well, thank
Susan, I walk at home in my machine every about 20, 30 minutes every day. Is that good? How many steps is that?
Say that again.
How many steps I walk on my machine in my garage for about 20, 30 minutes every day.
They say 10,000 steps is an average of about 5 miles. So usually it varies, but we'll get you on here and we'll help you figure it out.
Okay. I think it's about a couple of thousand steps,
Great.
Thank you.
Okay.
And I think you're going for a walk right now?
I'm going for a walk. They're waiting
All
for
right.
us out there. So
All
if
right.
anybody
So-
wants to join, even if you're a little late, you'll see people doing a little lap, and,
All right.
and we'd love to have you out there.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Great program. And we look forward to hearing some results.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you very much. So we do have a motion and a second to receive and file. If we could all please vote. Okay. And then I believe we have a break until our APCD meeting at 1:30, and then back here at 2:30 for the rest of the board meeting.
And Susan,
And we have Mr. Zimmerman. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you. I'm Barry Zimmerman, Director of the Human Services Agency. Good afternoon, Chair Parks, members of the board, Mr. Powers as he gets to his seat. So, let me give you a little outline and overview what we're going to go over today. Earlier, I some months ago kind of introduced the concept of the continuum of care reform. I'll shorten it by saying CCR, and give you an overview. And this is kind of a progress report of where we're at. It's a very big initiative for our system, and not only our system, but many others. And so in the audience today, we have many individuals here supporting who have been direct participants in this effort, from behavioral health, public health, probation, the Community Care Commission, community in general, has all been participants in this effort as we plan, discuss, and shape what we need to do in this effort of reform. So today, I'll go over a little bit, just an overview of CCR, what it is and what we're trying to achieve, and refresh your memories there. Then in specific, discuss some of the elements, key elements that will be critical for the success of this system change that we're experiencing. Child family teams, I'll go into detail there. Shelter care and group homes, and what the transformation and responsibilities shift that's going to occur in that community is very vital and needs to be understood, as well as where we are status-wise of our progress to date. Feel free to stop me at any time if we have questions. That's what is to inform you and to bring you up to a knowledge level of what is transpiring at this point. I guess some of the slides are cut off, but you can get the gist. This is the overview of the CCR goals that are in legislation this passed last year. It's a 12-month implementation. So we are expected to do these reform efforts and have them implemented by January 1 of 2017. One of the key components is surrounded around a core practice model concept, meaning that the expectation is that collaboration will occur within the families and the providers that are servicing the children. That decisions will be based upon therapeutic models or tools, comprehensive informed information around trauma, the impacts of needs, and so forth. And it will be done in a team structure environment, and we label that as children family teams, as it specifically calls it out in the legislation. One of the strong points that is communicated to us that we embrace is the voice of the family in this effort of teaming. And it's very important that we have that involved in order to get the right plans and the right support structures into action so that we can see success with these families that we are servicing and have within our systems. In addition to that, the intent is trying to move services more up front, so interaction, if there's mental health services that are needed, other services that we can get them done quicker or engaged sooner in the system than in an elongated process that is historically the structures of not just our systems but throughout the entire state. So continuing on, some of the primary goals is to have home-based or family-based services. So the intent or goal is to have every child to be in a home-based setting, and it's within that setting that they will receive their services and will be all services will be brought into a home-based environment versus institutional services. And so it will be surrounded about this concept of home and family. We've the unifying of what are known as resource family approval process. That's the process of how we recruit and certify family members into become caregivers. It'll be equivalent to those that are just going through the foster care system and being a caregiver in the foster care system. It will be equal training, equal qualifications, so the relatives themselves will be equipped to be adequate foster parents for these children or guardians with these children. Mental health treatment must be available within the setting of the child, and so that's a transformation. We're working very much with behavioral health on that and discussing on how best to accomplish that, where services can be delivered in the home setting and benefit the children in that environment. So in order to achieve, yes.
I just want to interrupt. I want to interrupt you real quick here on the mental health services.
Right.
I know this whole thing is ambitious, and there's a lot to do. I just want to be even a little bit more ambitious. It seems to me, I just want to throw this idea about, it seems to me that the kind of mental health services that we're trying to provide to foster children, we say we really want to make sure they get them and get them early. I hope will also have a unique component to them that will help them, deal with and manage that specific aspect of their challenge. And so, as we're out there looking at them, to the extent that I don't have the answer. I don't know what that unique, mental health service help could be, but it strikes me that would be a really valuable use of our time and resources if we could find the kind of mental health assistance that would be more than just the normal mental health professional that comes in, but actually somebody that can help them deal with and process that so that they become more effective at managing that, and therefore managing the rest of their lives. Thank you.
Right. I think that your thought is right on. I think that's the thought process that we're looking at when we start looking at what are the services needed in these settings. It's not just a diagnosis and treatment per se. It's bringing in the concept that trauma has an impact, and that not only trauma needs to be dealt with, but how do you build what we call a safety net or a support structure beyond that? Social supports, mentoring supports, all those type things that would be appropriate for the well-being of the child. So it's more comprehensive when we say, oh, it's just delivering services in the home. It's much, much more than the simplistic statement that I make there. So that's why it's not as if we're just going to say, oh, here's a contract, go do this. There's much more complexity in developing what is really the appropriate need to generate this success. And not only is it focused in on the child, which is our primary focus that we deal with, is the safety and concern and the well-being of that child, is also we have a family. And we need to deal with the needs of the family as well. And so this concept of a family teaming environment is very important, because we need to address also the underlying underpinning needs that the adults, the caregivers in that home need to also address and take care of in order to maintain a well and healthy family. So it is not, I may be portraying it as a very simplistic, comment, but there's a lot of depth to that, and that's what we're in the progress of trying to do.
And sometimes I would think it is beneficial that you are going into the home, because you have a better sense of what's actually happening than what you would get in the office.
Yeah, absolutely. And we know that in trauma environments, that's a much better setting in order to deal with those situations. So yes, it's a big issue, and we'll continue to discuss and to find best practices and working collaboratively to do that. One of the keys that I think that Ventura, that we've done here collectively, is how we've organized ourselves to approach this issue. And so this is kind of a little org chart that I've introduced before, but I would like to explain a little bit more detailed there. We collectively have said that, this is not just a child welfare issue in Children's Services of the Human Services Agency. This is much broader. This has to deal with complex systems across the entire county and within the community. So this impact is much bigger than just dealing with child welfare in that context. So we all need to rally around that. So we set up a structure, which we have an executive committee, and that is made up of the department heads. Mr. Powers, the CEO, endorsed that and sits on that committee in order to unify the county services as a whole there. And that structure is unique relative to many other counties within the state. And then below that, we have the more operational folks in a steering environment. They're going to improve my PowerPoint there. We have a steering group that then would be your operational, detailed, and so forth, and subcommittees under that are working on specific projects. So that is our organizational structure. It's framed with a charter identifying roles and responsibilities and intended purposes of each of these committees and structures. Now, I just received a call from the Department of Social Services yesterday, and they have seen our charter, and they say the concept is the concept that they believe should be a best practice throughout the state. And so they're going to share that with other counties. So I think that bodes well in general on how we approach collaboration and efforts that are led throughout the county. So
you just kind of slid that in there very humbly.
I did slide that in there.
Congratulations.
So
we also, when we were talking about the environment, I know we had a contract with Casa Pacifica that worked with families teaching parenting kind of skills when they're with their children.
That's correct.
So I would imagine it would take some of that too, that you're looking at bringing in the type of therapy. And are we looking at nurses? And, well, I guess we have like the public health nurses that go into homes, but this would be psychological counselors? And
it would be a number of them based on the needs of the individual. If it's strengthening parents, it might be strengthening parents programs, mentoring, teaching. If it's a public health issue, it might be public health in there. So it's a structured approach to meeting the needs and not singular, and this is all we offer.
Okay.
So the complexity is trying to build a system that can have all those resources available and interact at the appropriate time.
Mr. Powers?
Barry, does this overlap at all with KDA, mental health services?
Yeah, it's kind of kind of the next step from KDA. So KDA was specialized to a high-need population. Now the services that we were delivering with the KDA population is an expectation for everyone, really, in that context of delivering services. So I think we're in a good position of really getting policy decisions made based on the structures on that we've done. We also have the courts involved in that, and our future evolution of the steering committees and so forth are going to bring in more fully education, the foster parent community, as well as foster children themselves to have a voice in what are the needs of the system, as well as those that advocate for the system. So the major changes that we're really dealing with is the mandate that we're going to do our services through child family teams. That is a mandate in law. There, the transition is going to be transitioning the placement options from shelter care to short-term intervention care. Resource family approval process, meaning everyone will be trained at the same and equivalent level, and that mental health services will be provided for foster children early on in partnership of this structure and home-based as best we can. So I'd like to just discuss really quickly some of the characteristics of the child family team and what their purpose is. Their primary purpose is to come together and develop a plan of action with the proper voices that are associated with the case. And that would be family members, relatives, neighbors that have integral part and responsibilities and relationships with the foster children, as well as those professionals that are around the child and trying to help them. So the concept is that through this interaction, all the needs will be identified, and if needs are not being met, then those that are participating in this structure can call and say, hey, we need to meet and see if we can't get something resolved. So in general, this is a key or a hub to the whole delivery system, is how we team together and develop plans of action around one another. Now, today we do teaming in a concept, not to the robustness that we're planning here, but we have not brought that to scale, and so that's the opportunity that we have, is now to take that we've already have in place and how we're delivering services in a teaming environment and bring that to the full scale of the whole system. So integral that we're discussing is how to bring these teams together and who coordinates that effort. And so right now we have a concept of a case coordinator. That would be a person that would be the hub, I guess, of this spoke of a team to bring together. And the coordinator would be kind of the individual that would, for lack of a better term, broker all the inputs from the individuals to organize a organized plan around the family and the child. In addition, we're understanding that our interaction with the family may be because of an incident or an event that made it our responsibility to engage. But the conditions around a family are more complex than a singular issue. So there's contributing stressors and contributing other factors that may contribute to the condition that the family's in that also need to be addressed. So some of our discussion and what we're trying to solve is how do we bring all the peripheral type issues around a family and develop a plan around the family that address holistically the needs of them in order to have success. But, there's a fine balance there between weighing out the need associated with the safety issues and trying not to get lost to that, and also putting undue burden on the family with everything that's going on. So that's a delicate balance, but is a needed one that we see that needs to be addressed. So we've got a schematic that kind of gives, and it's small, but you get the concept. there a schematic of how these child family team will be composed. This is a framework. So the 3 white circles in the middle are kind of the core team, or if you will, around the child, and it's composed of the caregivers or the parents, the child, a case coordinator, and what we've proposed is to have some kind of peer support or social support associated with the family also engaged with them. That concept came from an individual that participated in one of our work groups that was a former foster child as well as a caregiver, said, hey, it would be really nice if we had that support structure there. So we came up with this framework to say, can we develop a team structure like this? Now, the circles on the outside would be based on the relative needs. We need all these other providers that are available based on the needs and conditions of the family. So we know for sure that the CFS, our child welfare workers, will be engaged in that because that's the initiating point of the case. Behavioral health, by law, will also be there. But then there's other environments that maybe there's issues related to domestic violence, legal issues, or so forth, and those would be other systems that would need to be participants to help facilitate a successful action plan. So that's kind of the framework, and that framework would exist throughout the entire structure of the system, that we'd say. So we have 4 quadrants there, but it shows from our very first engagement through emergency response all the way through when we're working through unification with a family. So that's our concept that we've been developing and working on and bringing to scale. So child family teams, there we go, also is a very robust model. So we need to be sensitive to that it's resource heavy, and resource heavy appropriately so, but we also need to recognize that the needs associated with the families that we deal with are going to vary. So in the concept of what the state is looking at modeling some of this activity is that we're looking at a tiered structure, tiered 1, 2, 3, and 4. So it would be the characteristics of the case. So tier 1 would be our most urgent or most high need families and children would receive a certain level of resources associated with the complexity around that case. So it might be a full-blown CFT with them. If it's a case that is very stable and so forth, might not need all the resources associated with it. This is an important concept in it due to the fact that child family teams are mandated under law by the state. And so the state, by mandating services as it adds additional burden to our system, the state needs to pay for it. So the methodology that the state is looking at is basically a tiered structure that would say the high needs families and children would receive X amount of services, if you will. So the number of CFTs, the intensity of that, and the time associated with it, and they're theoretically coming up with some kind of budget strategy that would help resource some of this activity for us. So that's an important principle there. We're anxious to see the May revise because that's where some of this is going to be disclosed throughout. Now, I'm hopeful, but have significant skepticism
Supervisor
associated
Bennett
with the
has a
state.
question.
I want to let you finish. What do you mean under Tier 3 families majority?
Yeah, it's a terminology that the state really uses in the sense that the bulk of our families will probably be in Tier 3.
Okay.
Meaning that they won't have light intervention, they'll have some intervention and activity and support needed, but it won't be the highest level needs. All right. So that's a framework or assumption that we need to work under. We'll be attentive to what the state funds for us there because this is a key component for the entire system on how we structure the CFT environment. So to give you context around that, this is just a conceptual model on what it would take in order to service families under this requirement. So for year one is what we would theorize that up to 288 Tier 1 families would come through the system and be in need of child-family team structures and environments to support that. So so if you just calculate it out, it's a ratio of about 12 individuals would be required in order to coordinate and manage and to call and run these CFT environments as required in the law. We do get 50% funding from the federal government, and that will be part of the draw there. We do get some realignment that comes down, and then about 25% is either we could use potential grant opportunities for it, or it would be state realignment money coming down, or what have you. So that gives you context of what we're looking at. So if we're able to roll out CFTs for the most critical first, that would be a strategy, and then as we understand it and bring it to scale, then we'd start going into Tier 2, Tier 3, and so forth, and you can see the representative change as the years go on there.
For the funding that we should anticipate that we might have to cover as the grant funding. If you didn't get the grants, we might be in year 3 at $900,000 of new funding that we'd have to come up with.
That is correct. Under this scenario, and this isn't a budget request. This is a scenario, a structure to give it context around it. We will definitely, as we understand greater the needs of the interaction of CFTs, the frequency, these type of things will shape the assumptions, and those will be well discussed before we get to the point. But the understanding is also for the advocacy of not letting the state off the hook of funding the mandate that they're imposing on us. So some of the legislation currently, and the reason I want to bring it up is that they're saying that since we're not going to be placing it in group home care, which is a higher cost care, you the county, they're saying you're going to generate savings. So use those savings, right? And so that's the concept that the state's using. Obviously, we don't take that position. We take the position that, hey, you're imposing a new methodology on how we're supposed to service these families. So you're obligated to that. Not only that, the savings are really, you're asking for more services, different modality of services in the home, and so forth. So it's not singular what you're asking us to do. So there's a lot more to that we need to be attentive to so the state just doesn't pass it down to us and say, well, you're held to a standard, work it at the local level. So much more to come on that.
It seems just the shift itself is going to be very time intensive, trying to come up with how to proceed. Once you get it up and going, the costs may be, that's subject to whether it's less or more, but just to getting it up and ramping up sounds like that's going to be an initial cost.
Yeah, absolutely. There's transition costs, training, just essentially getting staff repositioned does cost.
Mr. Powers?
Barry, isn't it, what you just said there at the end, aren't you repositioning and sort of putting in new roles some of the existing staff that you have for this?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, we're reshaping our system now. It's not all new, let's put it that way, but there is time and money associated with shifting, sure. And that's what we're dealing with. We're comfortable with that right now. We like, for example, the new efforts in recruitment of foster care. We did have a specific ask from the state, and a couple months ago you approved some monies that the state did award us to do better recruitment. So, we're advocating hard that the state does need to be an active partner in this, and they need to really provide the funding if we're going to be successful here. So I bring that up so we're just cognizant of all the parts that are moving.
Can I throw out one more thing?
Yeah.
I recall in a presentation, a very high percentage of these children are on like ADD drugs or other type, or maybe not ADD, but just some types of
medications.
More so than the general population, significantly more. It's like 30% or something like that. And I think we decided that would be kind of a performance measure to see if that drops. I don't know if. So as I look at this and I think about your team, there's also dealing with those issues too.
Yeah, absolutely, and those are some goals that we have in order to that the kids are receiving the proper treatment and proper medication and not overprescribed per se. So that will be it. I think we'll have a good handle on that because we'll have mental health will be very integrated with these cases from the very onset.
Right.
So I think it's a very positive structure change for us.
Yeah, particularly for that over-medication issue,
Yeah.
which is prevalent throughout the
Right.
state, I believe.
Will your foster health link system aid in that? Will this be a part of that?
It will be part of it in the sense that giving knowledge to what the treatment, prescriptions and those type things that the family should be dealing with, right? The other important part that we've taken a holistic approach. We do have the courts involved in our process here, which is important because the courts do have a role in how they set medications, what they authorize, those type things. So knowledge between our system and them is very important, and I think this. If nothing else, our relationship of sharing information is going to be beneficial to the families that we service. So moving on a little bit, so CFTs is the hub associated with the service delivery system for our approach under CCR. The other elements, mandated elements with the legislation is the conversion or transition, if I could put it that way, of the group home placement options. And that is significant there. So group homes would, through the reform effort, have to transition into what we call short-term residential therapeutic programs. And what that means is that placement into that environment will have to be based on a need for treatment. And so it can't be just, there has to be an actual identified need and a strategy to treat that. And it's short term, limited to 6-month period. So yes, we will need them, and they're important to us. But the nature of what we use group homes for today and what they specialize in has to change. And so that is a big transformation of the system. The complexity with that is that we are not completely, the guidelines associated with what that looks like has not been developed by the state. And so the rate structures, what the qualifications and requirements are, expectation of performance, those type things are still out in the wings being developed. And we need that sooner than later in order to get the community to understand what the transformation is needed there. So that is an area of concern, and we'll be continuing to work with it. Right now, we have engaged with that community and have gone to their quarterly meetings to interact and to share information around CCR with them so they're equipped with that. Just to give you context, this is a list of group homes that we utilize in the child welfare system. And so what that means is the law would say all these homes would, if they continue to be what I would call a transitioned group home, they would all have to meet the certification and requirements of being a short-term residential treatment program. So they would have to transition into that modality.
Supervisor
Barry,
Sawyer?
who qualifies them? Who makes sure that they meet the...
It's a two-step process. There's a credentialing activity that right now the state is saying they're going to do, and credentialing meaning that the providers need to have a certain level of education, standards, those type things. And then the behavioral health department will be the side that determines whether or not they're qualified to deliver certain services in that setting.
They're certified from there on.
So, yeah. Okay. So behavioral health. And so from the standpoint where the understanding of what does that look like, what's the certification activity is unknown. So, we're approaching 6 months out here, and that's a quick, tall order to transition a lot of providers into a new structure.
I see quite a few homes in Knox, aren't there?
Yeah, a lot of them are there. So... So that's what we're looking at, and that's the challenge that we have there. The reality of it is, and we're not going to speculate which ones, is some of them may not choose to continue on. And that will be a lesson to our system and our capacity of the system as a whole. So we need to be mindful of that, and that's why we're really need to get out what are the regulations, what are the requirements, what is the funding model that's going to be in place for that, so we can determine what is the market available to us in order to best manage and serve these families.
Also, perhaps the need is different, that what we need for these group homes is different, so maybe helping them with a transition to meet the needs that we require.
So definitely the needs for them and what they do is changing as well.
What we can do to assist that may help some stay in business, right?
Absolutely, and there's some conversations on how to address that. So we'll wait and see. I can't speculate on what they'll do. But it's kind of an interesting situation as well, because we have two things occurring with group homes simultaneously. For child welfare, which are the kids in the foster care system and under dependency, are come January 1, would be placed in short-term residential therapeutic programs under a condition. Kids in the delinquency system on probation has a 24-month horizon to phase out group homes. So there's kind of a hybrid system that may be in place for a couple of years until that transforms completely. So if that wasn't confusing enough.
Could you repeat that again for me? No, seriously, can you repeat that?
Yeah, so there's two things happening. So CCR impacts both the children in the dependency system, or what we deal with in CFS, and the probation children that are taken in. All of them really legally are considered foster children, but the delinquency or the probation children there go to group home placements, and they've worked out an exception in the law that probation has a longer tail on the transition. So the children in group home associated with probation could be up to 24 months still in that setting, where all the children in the child protective system would have to transition out to home-based by the end of the year. So that's a little bit of complexity there. So currently, to give you some understanding of what we're dealing with the shelter care environment at this point, is we have about 70 youth that are in group home or residential care today. So as a priority, that those are the individuals we're looking at now and saying, okay, come January, we need to have another placement, and can we start moving that quicker than waiting until the end of December there. So that's a priority for us. We've already started looking at different placements, long-term placements, guardianships, additional family finding activities associated with them, understanding maybe the child has its own plan to go into extended foster care. So there's a lot of work that is being underpinned right now in order to deal with the current youth in place. So that's some of the conditions that I just went over, that most of the children that are in group home are older teens, and so that's the environment that they're working with, and so some of them are harder to place than others, and so it is a challenge. Traditionally, our group home activities, is that sibling sets and how we place them together and so forth is a concern. So there might be a home that's capable of taking 6 in a group home setting that can house children for a short period of time and then transition them. So all that dynamics of how it moves, it needs to be understood on how we're going to deal with that as time goes on.
And you realize some may be very happy where they are, and then you also realize with the foster system how often these poor kids get moved from one place to another, and this is just another one of those, right?
Right. And I we know by reputation we have some good group home settings right now that do a lot of good benefit, and so it's a difficult choice at this point in time. So just to acknowledge where we're at. That gives you context. So as of for today, there's many other components to the system changes that are occurring. So I just highlighted a few of the primary ones that are very big. The CFT environment, which is the teaming structure, is very important, and the core backbone of the system, as well as our options of where children would be placed and how they would be served, are the primary elements of this reform. Today, we've done several things to prepare us that we can effectively implement a system that will address the needs of these children in the best possible. We participated in a symposium on breaking barriers, which is an institution that supports and promotes the idea of systems collaborating and working together and minimizing the difficulties that often occur amongst bureaucratic structures. That was very helpful for us. Our entire team had representatives up in Sacramento to go through the symposium, and we had time to sit down and strategize on how we would better work our team and to achieve the goals that we are working on. One of the primary areas is the continual effort to meld environments together and create these partnerships and common cultures. And so that is a vital area that we'll be continuing to work on in order to make this collaboration as seamless as possible. So very valuable for us. We've developed a framework that I went across on cross-agency activities, which now we're actually working with line-level staff and the individuals that are actually working it, saying this is how would we work it. We take case scenarios and work through it and glean the ideas and the inputs from them to best shape the structure. We've also developed what's called a family preservation model, which is what I alluded to is a true teaming structure up front. So as we engage with a family, we surround them with a team to put a plan in place to work a strategy so they don't have to enter into the system. And so that's being very effective right now with 13 some different families that started in January, and it's a 90-day window that they will participate in to see the progress that occurs. And we're hopeful that many will go through this type of family preservation activity and never really enter deep into our system. That is the goal there. But it just shows the strength and power it is to collaborate and bring team structures together. It's been very effective there. We've implemented a resource family approval process that's been very effective, as if you've received reports from Elizabeth on her efforts throughout the county. So we're very excited with where we're at and what we're doing. Already we're seeing activities that are positive in our system statistically. Caseloads are declining. The number of kids in group home percentage-wise is declining. The number of kids with relatives and in family homes is increasing. So all our intentions that we've started even before CCR are starting to take hold, that we're seeing positive trends, and we hope that they'll continue from here on out. The system readiness is also contingent on our efforts and all the team members that are participating. We do use our philosophies of Lean Six on how to structure to explore ideas and rapidly turn around systems and approaches to it. The core practice model is the diagram there showing that it is a comprehensive approach to dealing with the needs of the family as well as the child there. And we'll continue to work on our cultural change to merge diverse systems together. And that is an important step. So our next steps is that we'll continue to explore, obviously, the resource needs associated with the system. We've worked with the state as far as recognizing the additional workload associated with CFTs, and they're addressing that to some part there. What has not been addressed is that this is an increase, if you will, to the mental health services side. And so we'll need to really look at that, and Elaine and myself are looking at that, as well as some advocacy at the state level to recognize that there's greater treatment needs that are required to see the success of these families. We'll continue to develop the models and the systems in place and solidify that in a practice setting. And then we're also at a stage where we'll probably start where we're organized enough to have stakeholders, community members, and others now engaging with us on giving us ideas, intentions, inputs, areas that we may not have considered that we need to consider for our system all around. So that's kind of CCR 101. In a nutshell.
That was a doctoral.
So there's a little bit more detail. So I'll entertain any questions that you have at this time.
I think you got a lot of our questions during the presentation.
I appreciate your support, and I think the anticipation is that we'll hit a few more milestones and then keep you informed on the progress of where we're at, because it will have a significant impact into the community as we approach January.
And just realizing what tremendous challenge you have before you. Supervisor Bennett, then...
You mentioned the word milestones, and it just caused me to point out that you have in the audience lots of people who really care about children, this whole CCR program and everything else, and I just want to thank all of them for being here. This is going to be a very interesting journey that we're going to go on, but it could really have a huge impact on trying to get us to the next level of quality service for these kids. So to everybody out there, here we go, right? Let's take the challenge and run with the mission. So thanks, Barry. Appreciate it.
Thank you for recognizing
yes.
that, Steve.
And Mike, and I also do have one speaker card in support from Casa Pacifica. Would you like to go ahead?
No, I'll let her go.
Christina Miranda?
Yeah, that's correct. Chair Parks, members of the board, Supervisor or CEO Powers. Good afternoon. My name is Christina Miranda, and I'm here before you today on behalf of Dr. Steve Alston, CEO of Casa Pacifica. Thank you for the opportunity to offer our support of the county-wide effort to implement CCR, or the Continuum of Care Reform, which Director Barry Zimmerman is leading. This California initiative has been called a once-in-a-generation reform. It is the most significant change I have seen in my years working in this field, both at Casa Pacifica and prior. Intended to change both policy and practice, the CCR has the potential to dramatically restructure and improve the way in which services and supports are provided to children in child welfare and the foster care system. But like a stone splashing into a pond, the ripple effects of this reform have the potential of reaching far beyond child welfare foster care reform. Under the direction provided by Barry Zimmerman, Judy Weber, and the entire leadership team at HSA, along with the participation of Ventura County Behavioral Health, Probation, and Public Health, Ventura has taken on a leading role in the state in implementing this dramatic system reform. Indeed, the implementation of CCR is being watched by child advocates and policymakers throughout the nation, and Ventura County is leading the way in California. Essential to this effort will be effective collaboration and strong working relationships among public agencies and community organizations. As the conduit for Medicaid funding through EPSDT, VCBH has a critical role to play. I know that VCBH Director Elaine Crandall is committed to doing what is right for children and families in Ventura County, and I urge your board to ensure that she has the local funds necessary to maximize federal dollars. This may mean using county general fund dollars to front the required local match that are needed to initially leverage precious resources for children and families in our county. Casa Pacifica is proud to be a part of Ventura County's response to this massive public policy change, and we will continue to do our part to play a supporting as well as critical role in the continuum of care for children in Ventura County. We will also keep adding our voice to the state and national dialogue about creating best practices for vulnerable children. We stand ready to help make Ventura County's system of care for children a model for the state and country. In conclusion, I urge your board to support the substantial reform effort, including the provisions of resources needed to maximize this tremendous opportunity. Let us commit ourselves to strengthening the way we care for and serve all vulnerable children in our community. Again, on behalf of Dr. Steve Elston, CEO of Casa Pacifica, thank you.
pass our thanks on to Dr. Ellison for sending you with that. Appreciate it, Christina.
Mr. Powers?
Thank you, Chair Parks. And we, Christina, we do so appreciate the partnership with Casa Pacifica. And I just wanted to echo what the board has said, and Barry, appreciate your leadership. It's a lot of moving parts to bring together, to coordinate all of this, and then the whole team, the governance structure, who's participating, all the departments, because even though the will is there, sometimes it is so hard to overcome systems and barriers and habits and so forth. But they're doing it, and they're committed to doing it, and they got the right mindset to do it. So just thank you.
I guess we can say best of luck, and we'll look forward to our progress reports on this one, too. If we could please file and receive and file is...
Thank you for not giving us the complicated version. That would have been...
Thank you, Barry.
And that motion passes. I'm running a little late, sorry, Mr. DA, and we do have a 3 p.m., and this is with our also Public Works Department and our District Attorney, and it's the department budget presentations. Mr. Totten, would you like to go first? Whoever's shortest can go first. How's that? I'm not in stature.
Good afternoon, Chair Parks, board members, Mr. Powers. For the record, my name is Jeff Pratt. I'm with the Public Works Agency. We did have a slight change to that slide. I'll point out to you when we get to it. But I'm here, of course, today to give you an overview of the Public Works budget for next year. I'm joined by a number of my colleagues who, for some reason, chose to sit in the back. But I may be calling on them for help from time to time. And with that, I'll get started. Let's see. There's our budget in pie chart. Round numbers, about 287 million. We like to show this around just because that little tiny slice we pulled out shows the money that we get from the general fund. The rest of the funding that we get's committed in one way or another through gas taxes, watershed protection district fees, user fees, etc. That 2.3 million, about 1.6 of it covers the county unincorporated stormwater program. We administer that for the county. And then the balance is in surveying, grading, floodplain permits, that sort of thing. We have a number of things that we do to control costs and improve our efficiency. We, of course, have presented to you on our work plan before and our core services analysis, where we're pushing the work plans down as far as we can, tying our work plans to the budget and to the county strategic plan so that everybody understands it and they understand the budget document as your board's policy direction to us as we work through our efforts. We're also developing a comprehensive workplace safety program, trying to reduce the number of days of injury time and so forth. With that, we've got the job hazard analysis going. We're creating our own personalized safety videos, and we've created an accident review council, which has done some great work. We've got continuous process improvement. I won't belabor that. You know, that's the Lean Six Sigma. Public Works is into savings of somewhere in the 10 million, 12 million range. With customer service, we're working to understand how we can better work with our customers and respond to them, and we're doing that through trying to figure out better ways to get information from them rather than the cards and the little visits to the computer kiosks. And then, as always, we're working on our image, and as engineers, we can never do too much of that. Here's some good news. We've reduced the number of our permit fees. I've got the floodplain grading and the surveying stuff shown here. Some have increased, but only relative to the cost of living. But if you've got detailed questions on that, I've got staff to help me with that in the back. We have 5 departments. I'm going to top. One of them is Central Services, which is largely a support department and runs our IT, payroll, personnel, and budget and fiscal functions. I won't talk about them separately. They are overarching in all this and actually have prepared the slides for this presentation. Rather, I'll go through our 4 line departments and talk about what's going on there. Engineering Services, of course, has a surveyor in it, has the vertical construction, has the grading permits. Vertical construction, one of the cost comparisons we do is how do we rate when we're charging out to the county agencies for our construction services relative to what they'd have to pay if they get a consultant. You can see that we do quite well in the comparison. Engineering services, we like to believe that our customer service is improving the demand for services, and what you see is the demand for services in the way of contractor payments. In other words, how much construction they're doing over the last 5 years. And last year was a big year, or this year was a big year for us. Of course, the hospital's in that, and the hospital accounts for probably more than half of that, the contractor payments there. Also, inside Public Works, Engineering Services handles all the contractor payments, whether you're watershed protection, transportation, or water and sand. We have controls in place that make sure we do consulting procedures in the right way and in accordance with state law. And so part of that is Engineering Services handling the payments, and you can see those have been on the increase over the last 5 years as well. Transportation Department, these are the goals that we've presented to your board. Your boards have adopted. We want to maintain the PCI at about 75. We want to get the sufficiency rating of the bridges up to 80. And we want to do those safety and PED, active transportation projects we can do as grant monies become available. And I've got a slide that speaks to each of those bullet points. So what you see is our projection if things continue the way they do in the arena of funding. And we never get tired of telling you that the gas tax is what supports most of the activities in transportation, and that's being eroded by the fuel-efficient cars and other things. So revenues are going down while our expenses remain relatively the same. So in the out years, what you see, the orange line is where your board would like us to maintain the pavement. The green line is where we're projecting the pavement will go. This does not have, of course, the VCTC tax, sales tax, and if that is successful in the fall, that will do much to offset. It actually will offset this.
Fair to say that in 2021 we would have to put $3 million more into the budget to hold our roads just at the 75%.
That's correct.
Level. Thank you.
Do you do any measurements for like sidewalks and bike lanes, non-active or active transportation kind of things that the county oversees?
Is with the equivalent metric? Not that I'm aware of, but I'll let Dave. Dave, you want to speak to that?
I just came back from Colorado. It's just amazing. No matter how poor the community, there are just like bike lanes everywhere. You know, it's like a definite feature that they put everywhere. And I'm just wondering if we had a metric, if we'd be looking at the addition of lanes and the expense of them.
We have on a couple of slides ahead, Jeff will address the grant funding. But once a bike lane is installed, it's considered part of the pavement like the shoulder, and so then we would maintain that along the same. So once it's installed, it would be that PCI.
Right, I guess the ones that run on the roads.
Right, which almost all of ours do. If they're not in the roadway, then generally they're not part of the transportation network.
That's true. We don't really have a department that does the off-road ones. And yeah.
And Dave, the sidewalks, the supervisor asked about the sidewalks. We're doing an inventory now, as you're aware.
Right. We, as your board knows, that those are the property owner's responsibility, but what we're trying to do is go through and get those every time we do paving projects. So obviously, the less paving projects that we do, the less we get out and look at the sidewalks.
Madam Chair, Jeff and Dave, without the VCTC tax, our PCI is going to go down from...
That's correct.
That's important to understand, I think.
And that's how it will go down if our revenues continue the way they are.
There's really two issues associated with this. One is the HUDA, or the Highway User Tax Account, that comes from the state gas tax. We are at about, we took about a $4 million hit this year on that. That tax previously pretty much paid our daily expenses. We're now at about $4 million below that. And if that doesn't get fixed, and there's several bills that are there now that are being looked at both in the Assembly and the Senate at the state to address those, and hopefully one of those will come up.
And I think it's important the public understand how important that VCTC tax is in order to keep the PCI up to a certain level here. Yeah.
Thank you. This is the bridge slide that addresses the sufficiency rating of 80. What we believe we need to do to keep it around 80 is would require an expenditure of about $5 million a year in the out years on those bridges. And you see the blue and the green. The green is the Highway Bridge Program funds will leverage. The blue is what we'll use to leverage that. And the orange is essentially the unfunded. And of course, the VCTC sales tax would help alleviate some of this as well. There's also, this may tend to get worse in the out years because our bridges are aging and more than 54% of them are over 50 years old. So you're going to see that if without funding, you'll see that in the out years after 2021 get worse yet. Now this slide speaks to the active transportation and the safety improvements, and the orange is a little bit different here. It's not, I wouldn't call it a shortfall. This is staff's belief of what we need to leverage or what would be sufficient to spend. Your board has adopted something called a strategic master plan that says here's the bike lanes and things we think we need to build over some period of time, which by the way we'll be revisiting in the fall. They're not assigned to time, but we know that there's a bulk expense associated with that. So what we've done is guess at a reasonable time frame and said a reasonable time frame will require these even expenditures. So what we're saying is that the green, yellow, and blue, we've got the money for that. The orange isn't necessarily a shortfall. It's just it doesn't keep up with, it doesn't keep pace with the projects that you've adopted in the strategic master plan, the safety stuff. But they just are projects that won't get done. Any questions on that? Of course, these are the issues. The gas tax that your board's aware from CSAC covers that pretty well. You have federal law. We've got extensions. We don't have firm funding. We're working at. Everybody in the country is working at. These are our 5-year outlook concerns. You've seen these before, if the VCTC half-cent sales tax passes, a lot of this will go away or be muted. So, water and sand, you're aware of the problems there. We're still in a drought in Southern California. The governor's extended his requirements for the savings. We've got a desalter we're trying to build to offset rising costs of state water. Problem there is that the aquifers are challenged, and there's not clear ownership on the brackish water. We've got aging infrastructure, Waterworks District 19, which is a district we took over because maintenance had been deferred there and a number of things needed to be done. There was an old system when we got it. It's an old system now, and there's just not a lot of customers on it. It's the Somas area and Supervisor Parks' district. And so they're looking at some significant infrastructure improvements which will raise rates there because it's spread across a small base. Waterworks 16, District 16 is facing some challenges as well, but we're still...
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Jeff, on the first bullet point, the reduction in revenue, how much is that percentage-wise because of the... less revenue because you're not using enough water because of the drought, right?
Oh, yes, that's right. So the reduction in revenue, it's kind of a what do you call it, perpetual motion machine.
That's right.
It gets worse and worse. Yeah, I don't have a number for you on how much worse. It just depends on how much less. But we averaged, I think, across our 4 districts we managed, something we're in the 24%, 25% savings range. And we're doing a rate adjustments, a rate study right now.
To compensate.
And we will adjust the rates in order to compensate for that, that savings.
Because that's significant, because I know I know in the city of Oxnard, too, the lack of use of water is less revenue for the operations and maintenance and so forth of the water department.
We're not there yet. We have a rate stabilization fund. Your board has adopted policies that for the districts, and we have not, except with Waterworks District 16, well, that's a sanitary district, but we haven't dipped into the rate stabilization fund. Waterworks District 16 doesn't have much in that regard. But the rest are all okay for the moment.
Yeah, good, okay.
And then, of course, SoCal Edison power costs are increasing, and we've done some work to offset that. How do we know whether or not we're doing a good job? We benchmark against others. We continually work with SCE. Power is a big expense for us. We continually work with them to reduce the amount we expend, and that just has to do with the way we buy power from them, when we buy it, and how much we buy. We're maximizing groundwater production where we can. We've automated a lot of our services, and where we can, we go out where we don't need full-time staff. And VRSD, we use them on occasion in that regard, and contracted help as well. You know, we've installed the big solar array at Moore Park, which helps offset a lot of the electrical costs. We're working on the desalter, which will stabilize rates for those people in Waterworks District 1. We've automated a lot of stuff, so we've got SCADA that eliminates the need for a number of people. We've got automatic meter reading, which means there was a time when you went to each house and read the meter manually. Then there was a time when you took a pickup and you drove through, or a vehicle drove through and picked up all the readings. Now you don't even have to do that. It goes right to a reader, then back to Government Central. And we got 2 of the districts done, and we're working on the 3rd and 4th, about 20% through that. Of course, we look for every grant we can. Good news is we got.
How do you read that again? How do you?
Oh, the meter sends a signal to an antenna. You don't have to have a truck in the area. They're long distance now. And then the antenna sends it back to our Moore Park yard, and then it goes into the billing system. Everything goes. So you've eliminated any need for people, other than to repair, any need for people to drive around and read.
I remember the
stuff,
pickup used to go by the houses and read the meters. Okay, good.
Not anymore. So we look for a lot of money. One of the big ones we got last year, we got $7 million from the state to build the Moore Park desalter. Big offset to the $50 million cost of the project. We seek low-interest funding. We can do that through state revolving fund loans and so forth. And then, of course, we spend a lot of time on Lean 6, trying to lean out get rid of the waste in our processes. Jumping to the watershed. This is the watershed mission. I won't read those to you. You're very familiar with that. But basically it says we do what you tell us to do, and we try to do it responsibly. Or we do it responsibly, excuse me. Now this is where the first mistake in the slide was. Somehow we got some old slides stuck in here. So the property tax is actually $19.3 million in the projection. So you should have that slide in front of you, and if you have the other one, just toss it. But we have the property tax and the benefit assessment. Those are the major contributors of revenues to the Watershed Protection District. The benefit assessment, when it was enacted by your board, was for about 3 different reasons. One was for water quality, the other was for operation maintenance, and the third was to put aside some emergency funds. So those are the only thing those funds can be used for. Property tax, your board can spend it any way they want. The benefit assessment's then broken off to show you what the 3 things, the amount that goes, in which directions those 3 items that it's good for. And then we get a little bit of land development fees, but they're way out of date. They were set, round numbers, about 1990. It's like maybe somewhere in the $2,000 an acre. At the most, you get $2,400 an acre when property develops and it becomes commercial. The public policy ID being that now you put all that pavement down, you've got more water running off. It's in those big channels we have to deal with, so they should be contributing. That's kind of the thinking behind that. Looking forward, you've heard this before. We've got a lot of really old stuff. We've got stuff that's older than the district. The district's about somewhere in the 50-year-old range now. We've got stuff that's 100 years old. Why is that? When we became a district, a lot of the irrigation districts that were out there and other drainage districts gave us their nice stuff. And so we've got 100-year-old stuff in the city of Ventura, for example. The benefit assessment has been frozen since about 1996 with Prop 218. So we've been trying to take care of the same amount of infrastructure with the funding levels that were adopted by your board in 96. The feds came in after Katrina and said everybody better look at their levees and make sure they're up to snuff. And they came and did their inspections with us, and we came up that we need to do about $100 million worth of improvements. On the Ventura River, the Santa Clara River, I think Cayugas we've fixed. But we still have some large areas of very densely populated cities that need to be protected. And you know that the stormwater, we're in the stormwater permit renewal process. So we're going to get our next term permit, which will be the 4th term, as I recall. It will be more expensive than the 3rd term. Each term they've gotten more and more expensive. We'll know more, but if it goes the way it's supposed to go, we'll be able to give your board at least a 2-year notice on what the increased costs are going to be once we wrestle that to the ground. So we'll be sounding the alarm early and often if we see that it's going to be a significant expense, and we know it's going to be in the millions. Let's see. The Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, your board has said we want you to participate in those high and medium priority basins. So there are 6 of those in addition to the 2 or 3 covered by the GMA, the Fox Canyon GMA, that the county participates in. And we're not sure where that's going. We're still working that with the other stakeholders in those groundwater basins. Looking forward, stormwater program, and this is a pretty, I would call it, it's an educated guess, but this is the permit costs I'm talking about. That chart goes out to about 2045, and what you see is we're projecting that right now we're spending something over $2 million a year on stormwater costs. That's just the district's cost. That's not the unincorporated county's cost. And that at some point we may be spending as much as $12 or $14 million a year, depending upon permit requirements. And we have to renew the permits every 5 years, so it's hard to know how they're going to evolve. Our operation maintenance costs continue to climb. We get older, our stuff's getting older, and we're taking more into the system, so that's not a surprise. And here are, did this one get changed? Sorry. That one didn't get changed. So that line should shift up. I'm sorry. So for some reason, they didn't pull the, well. No, this one's good. That one's good? Yeah. So it's around 8 million? Oh, that's right. No, this one doesn't change. I'm sorry. It doesn't change because the extra revenue doesn't go to operation maintenance. My bad. So we get around 8 million from the reason being the benefit assessment raises about 8 million for maintenance alone. And what we wanted to illustrate here is this benefit assessment is way short. Now, obviously, we could take some of the property tax and put it here, but we didn't. We put all the property tax in the next 2 slides I'm going to show you, which is largely on the rehabilitation, replacement, and construction of new facilities. So here you see the gray line. That's what we can spend if revenues stay the same, and the orange line is what we think our liabilities are.
And that tax is often the tax in that area paying for that infrastructure, correct?
That's correct. So
in the
Supervisor
zone.
Parks is talking about the Watershed Protection District, when it was formed, was divided into 4 separate districts, or zones. They called them zones in the Act. And each of those zones, the first 3 zones represent watersheds. The 4th zone is 2 watersheds together, Malibu and Cuyama. And if you live in those areas, you're assessed that property tax for Watershed Protection District services, and it can only be used in that area. So the supervisor's point, I think, is that Zone 2 is pretty well healed. Zone 1 is Banco, Zone 4 is Banco, and Zone 3 is challenged. Zone 3, Cayugas. Zone 2, Santa Clara River is, Zone 1 is challenged, Zone 3 is challenged, and Zone 4, Malibu Creek and Cuyama, they don't have any money at all. So that's something we'll be discussing with your board as we go down the road. And that's overall needs versus overall revenues, everything tied together. And that concludes my presentation. Hope it was quick enough.
Supervisor Bennett?
Can you give us the 60-second version of what it will take to raise the benefit assessment district tax? Is it a 2/3 vote? Do we do it separate? Would it be a separate tax in each area? Would it be a separate vote in each area? All that kind of stuff.
That detail I don't know, but it will take a vote. And so I assume that if your board decides to stay zone specific, it would take a separate tax in each zone. I believe your board could go area wide. But that's something I just haven't explored with county council. I have raised the topic with the CEO and the city managers, but they're taken with the sales tax now. The transportation sales tax isn't the right time. But at some point in the future, we're going to have to come and see you and see how your board would like to approach that problem.
Thank you.
And is that a 50% majority, or is it a 2/3? Do you
Yeah,
recall?
I'm out of my league there. Sorry.
Uh-huh. We can get that later.
We can, but it's 2/3.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions on this? It was a good presentation, such a huge department, many things going on there to get it all in a nutshell. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Very good, Jeff.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard the, Jeff, I've heard the ads on the radio for Public Works Week, so that's good, too. I think that's good.
Thank you, Supervisor Long. I'd like to wish everybody a happy early Public Works Week, especially the DA's office. And yeah, don't miss it. It's going to be great.
And
Thank
keep
you.
up the public education side of that, so they know what we do.
Wait, one plug, I swear I won't say it. You're going to be able to build your own watershed. You'll actually see a watershed form, and you'll get to run water on it, so you'll be able to define a watershed at this one. It'll be in the Atlantic Conference Room right over here. It is spectacular.
Thank you.
And Jeff, I want to thank your team. You've got a very, very good team there.
Oh, they are great. Yeah, they're great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Just Jeff and team, one of the things, I don't know if your board knows too, is that Jeff and the Public Works team really do a great job of tying in Lean Six real measures, tying it into their strategic plan, into the county strategic plan. They just do it right, so congratulations to your whole team.
Thank you.
And this will be, and it's in the Atlantic Conference Room, not the Pacific, right?
Yes, ma'am. Right across it, right through those doors.
Thank you.
Hope to see you there. Thank you.
Okay.
And now, what we've all been waiting for, last but not least, we have our district attorney and their budget presentation.
I could, Jeff. I'm just wondering, can I drive one of those big, large earth movers on? I really am looking forward to doing that. Good afternoon. Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Powers, I'm District Attorney Greg Totten, and I'm happy to have this opportunity to offer comment on our FY 2017 target budget. Recent crime increases in Ventura County and the growing volume of police body camera evidence, frankly, represent the two biggest challenges for our fiscal year budget in 2017. Crime increased dramatically in 2014 and again in 2015. Publicly available crime data compiled by the FBI confirms this. In 2015, law enforcement presented 3,100 more cases to the district attorney's office than the preceding year. This represents an increase of about 15%. And while it's too soon to tell for certain, that pace so far appears to be continuing in 2016. So when we are asked why there are more cases in our local criminal justice system, it is because crime is up, law enforcement is arresting and citing more offenders, and more cases are being submitted to the district attorney's office for review and filing. From our perspective, there's no mystery to it. No one who is currently working in the criminal justice system should be bewildered by it. And just so you know, I mean, we file about not quite 20,000 cases, or we filed not quite 20,000 total cases in 2015. That includes both juvenile and adult offenses. We reviewed nearly 29,000 cases during that time period. So that shows you we reject a fair amount of cases or send them back for additional investigation. Of those cases, we resolved about 16,400. That means those cases proceeded to conclusion, either conviction by verdict, conviction by plea, dismissal, or some other conclusion where the case was no longer in the system. And in those cases, we see a wide array of defense counsel. In some of our civil cases, for example, we deal with defense counsel from some of the most prestigious law firms in the nation, law firms that are representing Fortune 500 companies that we are suing. We also deal with a very large number of pro per defendants who are representing themselves in court. It's much more common than I think the public realizes on many lower level cases. And our policy has always been we want a good relationship. I think the civility that occurs in the criminal justice system is far and away better than the level of civility that occurs in the civil system. And there are many areas where our interest and the defense interest coalesce, and we try to work together. I'll talk about a few of those this afternoon. Of those cases that we filed, about, as I say, 16,400 were concluded, and on those cases, 49% of the cases that were concluded involved pro per defendants, defendants who come in at the very early in the proceedings and plead guilty, typically at arraignment. 13% of those cases, those concluded cases, involved private defense attorneys. 2% involved conflict defense associate attorneys, a conflict panel that the county has a contract with, as well as the court. And then 36% of those cases involve public defender representation. This next slide reveals something that I believe your board is already familiar with, and it's just the historic crime trend really over the last 40-plus years. As many of you are aware, crime increased pretty significantly from the 1960s into the early 1990s. There were a myriad of policy changes, and this is for California. The red line indicates property crime, the blue line indicates violent crime, but you can see there were significant increases, and then crime dropped rather markedly beginning in the early 1990s. There were a number of policy changes that many of us believe contributed to that drop. But now crime is starting to rise, and you can see more prominently with the red line that crime started to bump up and then bump down again as reflected in that chart. Property crime began to rise in California and here in Ventura County again in 2011. Again, the red line reflects property crime. By 2014, the declines we had experienced previously had been lost, declines over the past decade. Also, in 2014, violent crime started to increase for the first time in years. I should point out that none of these FBI statistics, these charts come from the FBI, none of these statistics include drug crimes, where we experienced an 18% increase in drug crimes between 2014 and 2015.
Hey, Greg, can I ask you real quick? When you do this is Ventura County. Did the state have that same kind of increase too?
Pardon me?
Did the state have that same increase?
Yes.
Oh, it did.
Property crime has been going up in the state of California, as has violent crime as well. Federal government has only released preliminary semi-annual data for 2015, which just covers the first 6 months of 2015. And it only covers crime data for our 4 largest cities. This limited data shows, as this bar chart reveals, that property crime in those 4 largest cities increased by approximately 7%, and violent crime increased by approximately 15%. When the FBI data is combined with local agency data, and the Ventura County Star did a story or two on this, we get the entire 12-month period for 2015. And so local crime data again shows that our violent crime rate rose by approximately 32% between 2013 and 2015. Similarly, property crime rose by approximately 8% during that same time period. Now, significantly, as just one barometer in the area of property crime, in 2015, we filed 62% more auto theft cases than we had the preceding year. And 2014 was higher than going back to 2012. And just a comment on these property crimes, I think for those of us that have insurance, that probably have second cars, in some cases third cars, when somebody steals one of our cars, it's an inconvenience, it's a headache, it's a problem, but it probably doesn't affect our livelihood. For many of the victims of auto theft, the overwhelming majority of victims of auto theft we deal with on an upfront, close, and personal basis. These crimes impact their livelihood. That automobile may be their only available transportation to and from work.
Mr. DA.
And it's not a vehicle that's easy for them to replace.
So what's causing the property crimes to go up? According any statistics on the FBI as opposed to
Well, there's lots of speculation at this point. Certainly, many people in law enforcement believe some of the policy changes of late have contributed to those because we've reduced the consequences for a lot of property crimes that are now misdemeanors, whereas previously they were felonies. We've reduced those consequences without regard to an offender's prior criminal record. That's what Proposition 47 did. And so what's happening is, because the consequences are lower, the ability to incapacitate habitual recidivist offenders through incarceration, costly incarceration, but the ability to incapacitate them for a lengthy period of time has gone down. So they're back in our communities.
So that's increasing the potentially.
We believe
potentially,
that's contributing. I don't think no one has really developed a clear scientific link yet. There are a number of entities that have issued fairly compelling reports suggesting that those things are contributing to increased in crime, but I don't think it's been scientifically documented yet.
Yep.
And I'm not here to debate why crime is increasing. In fact, for today's purposes, for our budget purposes, it's important to know that crime is increasing in our county and in California at an alarming rate. And that is the reason law enforcement submitted 3,100 more cases to us in 2015. Proposition 47, as I mentioned, it's compounded this problem by shrinking the consequences for many crimes to weeks in jail rather than years in prison. It's changed the dynamic in our criminal justice system. As a result, many defendants are refusing drug treatment programs because they know that a few weeks in jail is not going to be as burdensome as the intensive supervision in a drug court program. Also, fewer defendants are choosing to resolve their cases because the risk of incarceration is diminished, even if they're convicted. So not surprisingly, these same dynamics have increased the number of jury trials we're experiencing. Our prosecutors went to trial in 30% more cases in 2015 than the year before. Keep in mind that our case disposition policies have not changed. Our conviction rate has not changed. And indeed, the court's approach, the court is ultimately responsible for sentencing, and the court makes offers in many, many cases. The court's policies, in our view, have not changed dramatically. The only thing that's changed is the defendant and the defense's willingness to take their chances in trial, because the downsides are not significant of doing so. Another major impact for us budgetarily is the growing use of body cameras, the expansion by police agencies of body cameras. And make no mistake, I am a strong supporter of the movement to body camera. I think it's good public policy, it's good police policy for any number of reasons, including things like enhanced transparency, evidentiary value, and certainly it has an impact on officer safety as well. Yet as our local agencies have begun to move in this to this new technology, our prosecutors are required by their ethical obligations to carefully review the new video evidence. In many cases, this evidence comes from multiple officers that respond to a particular crime. And so we'll have hours of video evidence that we will have to review to perform our responsibilities. And so conservatively, if you assume if you estimate that in fiscal year 2017 we'll file about 18,000 cases, a conservative estimate, and there's video in only half of those cases of an hour in length, and that typically is what we're seeing. In only half of those cases, that's 9,000 hours of attorney time that they will have to review the video in real time to make sure they know what evidence is contained on that video. That 9,000 hours translates into about 4.5 attorney positions.
Could I ask you a question? Do you think that actually the use of body cameras may reduce the number of lawsuits because you got them dead to rights? When you see it, maybe you won't have as many people challenging law enforcement, for example, and saying they're innocent when it's clear.
There's certainly a number of cases where body camera evidence is going to be very useful, driving under the influence cases and things of that sort, where we actually can see the condition that a particular driver is in. But in the vast majority of cases where body cameras are used, the actual commission of the crime is probably not going to be on the body camera. Rather, the investigation will be on the body camera. We
So
think it'll help us.
For
We think it'll give us good evidence.
Yeah, for particular types of crimes, though, it may reduce the number that
Yes.
end up in court.
Yes, it may well do that, although there can still be disputes as to what the camera is revealing. And the camera is not a panacea. It doesn't solve crime. It doesn't necessarily solve cases. The jury's still out on just how much of an impact it's going to have on us. And I offer these two backgrounds, increased crime and the impact of body camera evidence, because they're factors that are going to make the coming budget year particularly challenging for us. I understand that in 2017, general fund revenue is not expected to rise as fast as the county's cost. And this, of course, makes for very difficult decisions for the CEO and your board. And I'm not here today asking for more money. But I do want you to know and to understand what a difficult position your district attorney's office is in the coming year and the challenges that confront us. We've been working very closely with your able CEO and CFO to try to narrow the gap between cost and revenue. Recent increase in realignment funding may help, but it remains to be seen how that will play out. Fortunately, we will be able to recognize some additional revenue in a few other areas. And another very positive note is that the CEO is recommending an additional investigator position to deal with really the scourge of human trafficking here in our county, and we're grateful for that addition. But here's the challenge we face. In the past, we've always managed these budget difficulties by keeping positions open and unfilled, holding attorney and investigator positions vacant to reduce our cost. It's going to be particularly difficult doing that in the coming year because crime is increasing and our workload is increasing in such a dramatic way. Also, many of our attorney positions, many of our investigator positions are revenue offset. And so that means for the positions that we hold vacant to save general fund dollars, they're in our core criminal prosecution arena. They're homicides, they're sexual assault, they're domestic violence, and the core street, as I call it, the blood and guts crime that you read about on the front page of the newspaper. So it makes it more difficult for us. With the increase in crime and existing funding restrictions, we face a difficult year, a challenging year. And I'm just here to tell you that we're confronted with some challenges in balancing and maintaining our responsibility as good stewards of the fiscal resources you entrust to us, and it's still, at the same time, complying with our obligation to protect this community that we all think so highly of. We've done our best over the years. We've been consistently under budget, as your board knows. We've also been very successful in increasing revenue for the county, especially during difficult times. And just as a few examples, in 2013, we spearheaded legislation to secure increased funding for real estate fraud investigation and prosecution that brings nearly $1 million into the county each year. Since 2013, Proposition 64 trust funds have been used to fund our Consumer and Environmental Protection Unit. This has saved the county over the last 3 years more than $6 million in general funds. During the next year, it's anticipated it'll save an additional $2 million. This unit, mind you, was historically funded through the general fund. It's only the last 3 years that we've been using Prop 64 trust funds. We also pursue grant funding at every avenue. In 2017, for example, outside revenue sources will fund more than 75% of our victim advocate positions, and 33% of our attorney positions and 50% of our investigator positions are either fully or partially revenue offset. Pleased to report also that in recent months we were awarded more than $1 million in grant funding for enhanced services to monolingual Spanish-speaking victims and psychotherapy assistance for child victims. And I know your board's familiar with this growing body of research in the adverse childhood experiences and the impact they have on children and how it carries out through their entire life. And one of the things about psychotherapy services that we're so excited about is this is going to give professionals an opportunity to spend time with these kids and help them through these difficult experiences in a way that we hope and with a promise that it will enrich their lives and allow them to move forward after being horribly traumatized and victimized. So we think that's a very good thing. I'm also very hopeful that we will be awarded an additional $800,000 for specialized services for migrant farm workers, LGBTQ, and human trafficking victims, and $400,000 for services for elder and dependent adult victims. Now, these dollars that I'm talking about right here don't all go to the DA's office. Significant portions of those dollars will go to other public agencies and other CBOs who help us and collaborate with us in providing those services. And just on the farm worker issue, I know your board got very compelling testimony a few weeks ago from a number of farm workers. That population tends to be victimized at a higher rate. They also tend to underreport, and they tend to be more distrusting of law enforcement in the criminal justice system in terms of helping them. We're hopeful that these kinds of enhanced fundings will help us better serve that community, better protect that community. I'd also like to just kind of in the last few minutes I have speak a little bit to the efforts that we've undertaken to impact crime and our criminal justice system and to reduce that impact on the criminal justice system. Just some programs that are worthy of note. Our Thrive program. This is Truancy Habits Reduced Increases Vital Education. We have prosecutors that work in collaboration with school districts and professionals in those school districts to increase school attendance, to get these truants back in school. We know when we do that, it increases the possibility that they'll graduate, that they will become productive law-abiding citizens, and it reduces delinquency in a profoundly positive way. Just last week, I went to a final closing program on one of those truancy prosecutors. Actually goes out to E.P. Foster School, and your district supervisor and Supervisor Bennett, and puts on what we call the legal enrichment and decision-making program, and we actually take these kids through a mock trial in the classroom. It's done over the course of many weeks. It's very much of a collateral and part-time assignment for this prosecutor, but the goal is to give kids familiarity with police officers, give kids familiarity with judges, with attorneys, with defense attorneys, all with the goal of making the justice system more understandable to them and also maybe giving them some career ideas and career opportunity and career hope. And it's proving to be a very useful program. I know the principal and the teacher that runs the program there at E.P. Foster absolutely love it and are hoping we can expand it at some point. Additionally, in 2009, I removed many of the lowest level misdemeanor and traffic offenses from criminal court by authorizing law enforcement agencies to direct file those offenses in court as infractions rather than misdemeanors. Infractions carry no penalty that involves jail. The only penalty they carry is fines. This took literally thousands of cases out of the criminal courts, meaning they didn't require handling by a deputy district attorney or a deputy public defender. Cases like drunk in public, cases like misdemeanor under the influence when it's a first-time offense, and a whole host of traffic offenses such as driving on a suspended license or driving without a suspended license. In 2013, we also helped create the reentry court program in our county with other justice agencies. By law, reentry courts, and this is in the wake of realignment, the governor's realignment proposal. By law, these reentry courts are mandated to help parolees and recently released local prison inmates who suffer from mental health issues and drug addiction or other kinds of substance abuse issues. Using a team approach, these individuals receive treatment, counseling, and other services, all with the goal of reducing recidivism. A few weeks ago, you were told that only 5 people have graduated because criteria for the program, for entry into the program, are too narrow. In truth, only the most serious offenders are excluded from that program. The only people who are not technically eligible for the program are those who have crimes by agreement in the system, who have crimes that resulted in death or great bodily injury, or are sex offenders, gang members, or those who are on parole because of the gravity of their prior offense for life. Moreover, there have only been 5 graduates because this is a very challenging population to help. These people they're in prolonged difficulties that have gone on for many years and they've encountered many contacts with the criminal justice system, many incarcerations. By initial agreement, there are at any given time about 10 to 20 individuals that are in this program. And despite receiving services and good services, good training, being given numerous chances in the program, the vast majority of the participants have either been unwilling or unable to overcome their issues and avoid a return to crime. And that's why the success rate has been so low. Additionally, the other reality of realignment has been that many defendants who are eligible for the program and probably would benefit from the program, and frankly, I'd like to see in the program, choose instead to serve time in custody rather than face the intensive supervision that the program carries with it, where somebody's going to be watching over many aspects of their life and what they're doing and checking on them and monitoring them on a very routine and very regular basis. So the real problem with reentry is the inherent difficulty of helping this population. Felons with mental health and addiction problems. I'm not for a minute suggesting that we turn away from this program. I think we need to continue to embrace it. We need to continue to push forward with it. Another program, military diversion. Since its inception in 2010, our office has been a key participant in Veterans Court, which is a court that is expressly and specifically designed to help veterans who are involved in the criminal justice system. Military diversion, as a part of that process, is aimed at servicemen and women who have, again, mental health and addiction disorders. These are veterans who have served our nation proudly and in many cases have made great personal sacrifices and who are suffering for their service and deserve the help of the criminal justice system and deserve to be placed in diversion and treatment programs rather than going to jail. And the program has been a marked success. Other diversion programs, I mean, just to give you a number, by the way, in terms of total number of diversions between military and traditional drug diversion, 665 defendants were diverted out of the criminal justice system just last year through these programs. We've had discussions also with the public defender, behavioral health, the private vendors about creating a DA-administered, a district attorney-administered diversion program. We'd like to do that. We're interested in trying that. But we so far have faced a lack of significant treatment infrastructure and reliably and cost-effectively reduces recidivism. We're continuing to look at these possibilities, but what we don't want to do, what would not work to do, is to adopt a program that simply says we're going to allow crime without any consequences or any treatments whatsoever. So we've got to be satisfied that we can actually help these people. Adopting a program that is crime without consequences also would ignore the reality that the criminal justice system does not exist solely to benefit the offender. It exists for justice. It also exists for victims and the protection of our community as a whole. And finally, just one program that we developed in conjunction with law enforcement is our SHOW program. Law enforcement a few years back were complaining, expressing concerns about the rapid pace at which some habitual offenders were cycling in and out of the system. So we created, in collaboration with all of the police chiefs and the sheriff, this program to basically identify, for enhanced services and enhanced law enforcement focus, a group of people who are cycling in and out of the system and really preying upon the community. We started out with about 100 offenders. over the course of the program, we've had somewhere in the neighborhood of 800 offenders. These individuals, to be eligible for the program, have to have 5 open cases in a 12-month period. And at least one of those cases has to be a felony, or they have to have 3 open felonies in a 12-month period. And essentially what we're doing is we're communicating with the courts, we're communicating with law enforcement. Law enforcement has a list of these people, so they're able to contact them more in an effort to protect the community and also get them better services. And as you can see, the shows are spread throughout Ventura County. The good news is we continue to be one of the safest communities in the country. I'm proud of the really extraordinary efforts of the men and women of the DA's office who devote their all every single day to doing justice and protecting this community. They have great compassion and great conviction in their work. And I thank you as well for your longstanding support of the District Attorney's Office. And now I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor
Mr. Digg, I just want to thank you for, I know you have a lot of work, but thank you recently working with the farm workers and their concerns. I think that really is going to help us tremendously.
Thank you. We're very hopeful about this grant.
Yeah, absolutely, and thank you for that.
A lot of good programs, and it's good to see them all again in a snapshot. Mr. Powers, you had some comments?
Late in the day.
Yeah, I have some comments, but so no specific questions, so that's okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Totten, and no doubt a big reason for the safe community we live in is your work and the talented team you have. High caliber people, no question about it.
Thank you.
Just a couple quick comments, county overall budget and the impact on the district attorney's office. As Mr. Totten said, I don't have any specific questions. Okay, sorry. What we have is, as Mr. Totten said, decreasing revenues. They're increasing, but at a decreasing rate. And now we have increasing expenditures, primarily driven by salary increases. And so those two forces are hitting, and it's hitting the district attorney's office and many other departments. Part of that, of course, was our recommendation to your board several years ago that we could do less raises for our folks, or we could do more and recognize them and give them the well-deserved raises that they should have, and get them closer to market. And that's what we recommended. We knew at the time that we wouldn't have general purpose revenues to cover all of that. And all of those raises are now sort of fully in effect, and lo and behold, we don't have full. And so the departments are having to struggle to manage those additional costs, but for the great purpose of making sure that our talented people have the reimbursement they deserve. So those are sort of the overall macro dynamics that are at play. With respect to the district attorney's office, in recognition of the increased workload that's been described, this year in particular, and I'll go back, but in this year in particular, the general purpose revenue increase was about 3.5%, but we're recommending a target of 6.6%. So which is 6.6%.
For the district year?
Yes.
Out of with the 3.5% general.
Right. So that's about 1.87 million. Now, nobody's saying it's enough, but we are trying to recognize that. And in fact, in 5 of the last 6 years, the net county cost recommendation has been higher than the general purpose. So we've been trying to recognize the increased demand. One of the issues that we think the district attorney's office is facing is flat, or in some cases lower revenue sources from other places. Prop 172 is kind of flat. Some recording fees are down. So that's something we're going to continue to work with Mr. Totten's office on to look at those issues to make sure that there's structural balance in the budget. And we've always worked very well together to resolve these issues, and I'm sure we'll be able to continue to do that. I want to especially recognize a lot of the work that's gone on. There's a lot of work that goes on to put all this together, and our team out here, Catherine and Kay and Frank, and crunching numbers till late at night, as well as Greg Totten and Chuck and Jan and Stu over there too. There's a lot of work and a lot of detailed spreadsheets, and Catherine and Frank really drilled down to get very precise in terms of the expenditure estimates. And it's not very exciting, and it's not very interesting, but it gets a lot more interesting if you don't do it right. And they're spending that extra time to, I think, improve that quality of the cost projection. I think that gives us more meaningful discussions to have with the department. So with that, I just say thank you for the partnership and the great work, and there you have it.
We talked earlier about the mission. There's a broad mission in county government, and we just heard about 2 really important departments, that have really important missions, and you just feel it. There's a commitment. There's a commitment from the district attorney that he's got a mission, and there's a commitment from Public Works. They've got, and that's the more we have that real commitment to the mission, the more we can solve the problems, and we focus on solving the problems and not on the ancillary, diversionary issues and stuff. So anyway, I appreciate hearing the mission, the real commitment to it.
No, I too agree that this is, too, we heard, is I like to call the core of government. If you can't walk outside and your public works don't work and those kind of things for it, and we don't live in a safe community, it's very difficult. The rest of it doesn't mean as much to us. So I appreciate the CEO's office going above and beyond in the sense of what their normal 3% was and doing it. And I appreciate Greg and your team trying to find ways to control those costs. I mean, there's no question those crime statistics are up, and you're having to work and do more things. And we just voted more body cameras today, and I know it adds hours. And just trying to figure those things out and find different ways to make all this work. But I appreciate the collaborative way you guys are trying to do it. I'm sure behind closed doors it wasn't nice and, oh, yeah, thanks for what you're doing, but and trying to figure it out. It's interesting that we have that. I had the opportunity to meet with Greg on some other things in different places, and some of his fellow district attorneys around the state say, we live in a really good area because of the great work that he does and his team, and so it's great to hear that. But it's just hard to make it all work. But thanks for trying to make it work. So, guys.
And again, I see that compassion in the district attorney's office that so many don't anticipate. It's not just prosecuting, but it's hearing more about the programs, from helping with truancies to helping crime victims to now looking also ending the whole recidivism by looking, at those major offenders and the same criminal element that you're seeing over and over again. I really respect the fact that you go beyond just the core mission of the district attorneys, if you will. And I really appreciate that you do have that compassion and that wider scope. So thank you so much for that presentation. I think at this point it's just a receive and file, and it's good information for us to have.
See that the sex trafficking situation, I know that Kathy, Supervisor Long and I were talking about that, and you figured it out. And Mike, thanks for doing that. I think that's a big issue going on in our county.
And so often we do see our law enforcement get the criminals, and that's so nice to see. In places, bigger cities like L.A., you don't see that kind of follow up and getting the guys. So appreciate that, but it gets followed up with having to prosecute too. Right?
It's interesting you hear that, because when I first got elected, one of the things I did here down in L.A. was one thing Ventura County's always done. It's tried to keep funding as much as possible, because they said we in L.A. got so far behind you could never catch up, and you could never throw enough money to make that catch up. So I appreciate what we're trying to do, is trying to make it work.
And Mr. DA, thank you, and your staff too, because you got an excellent staff. Thank you for good work.
And that is a 5-0, and that also concludes our board meeting, and we'll stand adjourned. Thank you.